Oops, back a little bit there. Hey, Henry, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I
All
can.
right. Fix my camera. So it does appear that I have the top of the head. All right. We shall go on the record with proceeding 24M-0556TO in the matter of the petition of Bulldogs Recovery, L.L.C. to reverse an initial towing permit denial pursuant to 40-10.1-4012B CRS and Rule 6504D. I'm Administrative Law Judge Robert Garvey. Today is the 22nd of July, approximately 9 a.m. This proceeding comes on for an evidentiary hearing. I'll start with appearances, and I believe it's going to be Mr. Fernandez there behind Bulldogs Recovery. If you could just turn on your camera, if you have a camera there, and just tell me your name and who you represent.
Juan Fernandez representing Bulldog Recovery.
All right.
Bulldogs. Plural.
Okay.
Bulldogs.
Bulldogs. Sorry.
Yep.
I don't want to short any dogs that could be there. So,
well, we got a whole family. So.
Okay. All right. And for staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden and Aileen Chong, Assistant Attorney General with the Colorado Department of Law, representing trial staff. With us today are Lloyd Swint and Nate Riley.
All right. Good morning to everyone. Ms. Hayden, I'm surprised. I thought you were in a fixed utility world now.
No, I travel back and forth.
Okay. Well, that's good to see you again. Good to see you. So like I said, this comes down for evidentiary hearing. And Mr. Fernandez, I know we talked, I know you had a bunch of stuff going on. I'm going to try, I'll just a few opening remarks I'll say for this hearing. I'll try and keep it so we can hopefully keep this so we don't have to any confidential portions of the hearing. I'm trying to work to do that. So if you see something coming up, someone sees something coming up, please tell me and we'll make the necessary adjustments. And Mr. Fernandez, just to protect you, just for your own privacy, I don't want to put anything out there that shouldn't be out there. Okay. So if there's something like that you see coming up, please, you also for you too, you tell me. And I'll just go over a quick procedure again, Mr. Fernandez. So what you're going to do, it's going to be the burden is on you on this one. So you're going to have to show that this initial denial was wrong and you should be granted the permit on that. You have the burden in this case. It's by a preponderance of the evidence. You'll go first. You'll present your evidence. I didn't see any exhibits or any witness list that was filed by you. So I don't have any problem if you want to testify and you can and tell me your story. And I always tell people, if you're calling yourself as a witness, you don't have to ask yourself questions or anything like that. You just tell me what you want to tell me and we'll sort through it from that, okay? After you're done doing that, then I don't know if Ms. Chong or Ms. Hayden, which one of them is going to have the opportunity to cross-examine you and ask you questions. Then I might ask you some questions that I have, all right? When they're both done, you'll have the opportunity to tell me stuff again. We call that redirect. And if there's some stuff that you think got clouded up, that you think that, that's their job is to cloud things up. And if you want to kind of clear it up again or something like that, then you'll have that opportunity to talk again, okay? And then that'll be it. When you're all done, then it'll be the opportunity for staff to put on their case. And then again, you'll have the opportunity after them if they call Mr. Swint, Mr. Riley as potential witnesses. If they call them, they'll ask their questions. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine them. Realize that the time for cross-examination, when you're asking cross-examination questions, it's not, hey, you liar, you told the wrong thing. That's not a cross-examination question. It's a question, okay? So they'll have that, you'll have that opportunity to do that. There'll be exhibits that they'll probably try and bring in. You have the right to object to those exhibits. If you do, again, the objection can't be, I don't like it, it hurts my case. It has to be a legal objection, but I'm not going to hold you to magic words on it, okay? So if you think what they're talking, the exhibit they have doesn't have any bearing on what we're talking about here today, you could tell me something like that, and I would take it to be a relevance objection. I wouldn't hold you to have to say that word relevance. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're done cross-examining, then I'm going to have some questions for their witnesses, and then they would have an opportunity for the redirect. I won't make a ruling at the end of the hearing. I'll issue a written decision, kind of like I did in the other case that we had, same sort of thing. I might ask for some, in that case, I believe I asked for some written stuff afterwards. I might in this case. I'm not sure. And we'll see at the end if we want to do that. So does all that make sense?
A little bit. I have some questions myself here, preliminary, I guess, before we get started, if I can.
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
So I know that when we first had the Bulldog hearing, and we rescheduled it to here, you were mentioning that typically the prosecutor, they would go first. The reason I'm bringing this up, I wasn't able to load up any evidence. I have preponderance of evidence. I wasn't able to do any of that. I don't want to keep proceeding. To me, it would make sense for them to show their evidence and why they denied me in the first place, and I would be able to go off of that and show how negligent, how biased, how prejudiced PUC was on denying me this application. And to me, I think that is not only fair but proper. I have no evidence that I could present or I was able to present. I have plenty of it, like I said, but I wasn't able to get to that. And every time I reach out, we cannot provide legal assistance. Find a lawyer. Find a lawyer. I don't have money for a lawyer. It wouldn't even take a lawyer to show the negligence, the prejudice, the biasness that they did in denying me.
Okay,
It's
I don't want you to start doing your case quite yet. Okay, just to address some of the things you said there. First off, what I'll tell you is, you know, the reasons why they denied you. That letter you have there, and so what? I can't tell you how to do your case, but those are the reasons they denied you. Okay, so the initial letter that you got has the
Yeah.
reasons. So like I said, I can't. Just like you were told by my legal staff, we can't give you legal advice. I can't tell you what to do. But obviously, common sense would tell you if you're trying to show that those reasons presented in the letter were not true, or that there's something wrong with that. So uh, that's what you need to do on that. I know you've contacted my staff. I know you've done stuff like that to try and get stuff loaded. But again, excuse me, we can't give you legal advice legally, and we can't give you an attorney to do anything like that because it's administrative hearing. And so it's not. Criminal justice system. I mean, you can't get an attorney if there's no jail. Same sort of thing. If you have a misdemeanor petty offense, no jail, no attorney can be provided by the state. Same sort of thing here. There's no attorney provided. But I'll ask you, are you ready to go forward today?
Was there any way we can continue this so I would be able to follow exhibits? And so my I'm not understanding is, if I don't have physical exhibits to show, how am I able to speak on them?
Well, you just tell me. You just tell me. I mean, like I say, there's different things that is listed in that letter that
Okay.
that
So
I
so
mean,
the only,
if you want, I tell you what, honestly, if you want 10 minutes to read that letter through and figure out exactly what you want to do and put it out, I'll give you that.
not necessarily. Am I able to have their exhibit shown before they admit it or try to? Does that make sense? That question. Am I able to say, can we see their exhibit in 205? Or is that something they have to do? So I'm gonna have to put my side. Then they're gonna have to say, we would like to present exhibit. Let's say, because that they have the, like,
Breaking
the
up on me.
denial letter
Hey,
and
hey,
evidence or exhibit.
hang on. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, and I can't. Um,
Sorry,
you
can you hear me?
suddenly went
That's
underwater. Can't you
that's
still
not.
can't hear you?
One second. Let me see what I could do. That's
Why don't
fast.
you, why don't you leave and come back? Hopefully you're leaving. Hopefully, okay, good. All right, Mr. Fernandez, I think I see you back there. If you're trying to talk, it's not working.
Judge, if you don't mind, I just thought I'd offer a bit of help. If you might try calling in, if he's got an internet problem that's
I
calling in
can't,
might be the only option.
Casey, I can't hear you. I can't. That's okay. Try that again, Casey. Whatever you said.
I was just going to say, if it's an internet, well, he's left us, unfortunately. But I was going to say, if it's an internet problem, he might have to try calling in. That might be the only other option. Usually that works a bit better if his internet's spotty or not working.
Okay. Try again, Mr. Fernandez. And can you call in? Are you able to hear us? We're still getting. Yeah. Try to call in. Comes out from your break, Harriet.
What was the question?
No, I said this comes out of your break.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, okay.
Test.
All right, there you go, Mr. Fernandez. Good to hear you again.
Sorry, I appreciate you staying on.
That's not a problem. That's what they paid me to do. All right, let's go back on the record here. I forget where we're at, but let's see. What you're asking me questions, Mr. Fernandez. Do you have any other questions you want to ask? I was trying to figure out if you're ready to go. If you're ready to go here.
So I would have liked to actually admit some exhibits, but I'm just gonna go ahead and go with what I got. And I'd like to proceed.
Okay, great. So I'm not sure, Ms. Chong, Ms. Hayden, same thing for you. Anything preliminary matters we need to go over? Anything you want to worry about?
No, Your Honor, no preliminary matters.
Okay, all right. Mr. Fernandez, the way I see it, you didn't enter any witnesses. I always take it. I mean, it's no surprise if you're going to testify in this case. So you can call your first witness, who can only be you. So I'm going to trust you to do me a favor. You're going to raise your right hand. I'm going to trust you got it up. Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Fernandez, you can tell me whatever you want to tell me. Okay. And again, if you talked about something that you really don't think should be out there, or you think you're going to do that, give me just a little heads up on that. Okay.
Alrighty, so to be honest, I'm just gonna lay it out there. If you feel that something shouldn't be out there, then it shouldn't. But if we're trying to get, and the way I was put in this position, I mean, if it's out there, it's out there, and it needs to be, But let's go ahead and start. So I applied for a towing permit. Give me 1 second. Let me get that. So this was my second towing permit I had applied for. I had previously been granted a towing permit.
And when you say this one, the one for this case, the one that you're denied on, is that correct?
So I was 1 second, sorry.
And I apologize. I might jump in if there's something that I just want to make sure that I get right.
Oh, that's fine.
Hey, Mr. Fernandez, I'll just give you a little heads up. One of the things that'll make my life easier is if you can give dates as to when things happen.
Yes, I thought I had it set up, and that's why 1 second. So I apologize.
Okay. Because I might ask you that just for
Yeah.
clarification, so I know. So if you can, and if you forget, that's fine. But if you can remember, I really would appreciate it.
So September 18th, 2024, I initially applied for a towing carrier permit in the state of Colorado under the name Bulldogs, which is plural, Recovery LLC. I am the president, sole owner. There is no other members. There is no other partners. There is nobody else who has any ties to this company. September 20th, 2024, I get a confirmation that PUC received my application and is doing a criminal background check and for my insurance to be submitted so I can be granted a towing permit. So from September 18th, 2024 till my first initial email, but because I haven't had a response. So I reached out to the PUC via email October 8th, 2024, asking where the process is in the application because it's been some time yet. The same day I received an email. It says from Lloyd, sorry, and then to address to Juan Fernandez, Bulldog Recovery President. Please provide me with a copy of your driver's license so I can complete your application process. Please scan your driver's license and email it to me at this address. Also, please provide a copy of your vehicle registration document for the tow truck you will be using for your business. We would also like to know the area of the state where you will be working and the address of your office and storage yard. We wish you all the best with Bulldog Recovery. Thank you, Tony. And underneath it, it says Anthony Misler, criminal investigator. So I imagine Tony is just abbreviation for Anthony.
Hmm.
And that was sent October 8th. I went ahead and sent him my driver's license, sent him my vehicle registration as requested that I was going to be using, an address. The address that provided on my application and to the email was 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. And as I just read, the email stated where I was going to be operating, where I planned on towing, where I planned on conducting business. That's where I planned. That's where I answered. That's where my driver's license, that's where my business was going to be operating out of. After I sent the requested documents as requested, I reached out on October 9th. Any updates? Did you receive all requested documents? And that was right to the reply to whoever asked for the documents to be provided. I got a response from Lloyd. October 10th, I did receive a response from Lloyd. I did receive your driver's license. I also had asked for the address of the business and the location of the storage yard. Can you please give me those addresses? October 10th, Juan Fernandez replied, there is no storage yard. We will be utilizing the address on my driver's license, and that is listed 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. I once again mentioned it to him. I then replied without a response. It is a tow for hire, roadside assistance. We will not be storing vehicles, and there is no physical office. I finally got a response back, and I apologize. I keep mentioning Lloyd. That's just the email that they originate from, but underneath it is everybody who. So I guess Tony's been the one corresponding off of Lloyd's email. So
Yeah,
when I mentioned Lloyd, it was his email address that was the correspondence. Were going back and forth, but up until this time, I was speaking to an Anthony or a Tony.
okay, that's fine. Like I said, the key
No,
is you're speaking to
yeah,
someone
that's
that's
fine.
PUC. You're
So
speaking to the PUC. Yeah.
finally, on October 10th, I got a response, and this one says from Swint, and your address on your driver's license is correct, and you are now living there. You'll be performing your services in the Trinidad area. And then it says sign of Swint. I
So,
responded
what's
immediately.
what's
I'm
the
sorry.
date of that? What's the date of
So
that?
that's October 10th.
Okay.
I'm just kind of going in order of how
Okay.
the correspondence. So we're still on October 10th.
Okay.
I replied to who I've been corresponding to. I put address on driver's license is correct, and I plan to work Raton Pass during this winter storms. Thus, the reason it's Bulldog Recovery. I will be assisting vehicles to get over this treacherous weather we will be receiving this winter year. I got a response again from who I've been communicating with, and they only said was, I will be in touch with you. And this is again October 10th.
Okay.
On October 10th, I replied without a response. When can I expect to hear back from you? October 10th, I received an email respondents. I would like to give you a call to clarify some things. Can you please send me your number and let me know a time tomorrow when I can call you? Thank you. And I believe that would be Swint. I replied back October 10th, 2024. Is there anything I can clarify to you now over email? I would be glad to do so. If you need clarifications on my application so you can complete it on your end, please let me know. And that was an email corresponding. We're already at 2:45 p.m. October 10th. The next corresponding would be October 11th, the next day. I I replied, the number listed on application is correct and the best number to reach I will include in case you don't have it. 303-809-7158. Available anytime. I replied that 10 a.m. on Friday, October 11th, 2024. Once again, Friday, October 11th, I emailed, I did not receive a call today. We jumped to October 15th with still no response. Or finally, I get a response. So from October 11th, when I said I did not receive a call today, I did not receive any correspondence till October 18th, which was a Tuesday. And that is from Lloyd, or just from the same person. And it says, Juan, I will be in touch with you when I have completed the process.
And that's on the
Quote, unquote.
18th.
And
That's
that is the 15th. No, October 15th.
15th, I'm sorry.
October 15th, I immediately replied, I will be waiting for your call. October 16th, I emailed, maybe I need some clarification. I was told by you on October 8th, 2024 to send my driver's license and vehicle registration to complete application. And it's 8 days later, nothing still. And then you said you need clarification on some things to finish and you never contacted me to discuss anything. So that I'm referencing, he told me to give me my number and when can he reach me to clarify some things on the application, and he had yet to do so 8 days later. So that was my frustration, and that's why I sent that on October 16th. On October 16th, he responded, Mr. Fernandez, I will be in touch with you soon once I have completed my work. I have many other things going on at the same time, but I have not forgotten you, and I will get to the rest of your application very soon. Thank you for your understanding and patience. And that is once again October 16th. I did not receive no correspondence from anybody 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th of October. On the 21st of October, 2024, I replied to the PUC, hello, Lloyd. I did not get a response. I believe I replied again, hello, on the 24th. So let me go back a little bit. So on the 21st, I replied to him, hello, Lloyd, as I have not received anything since the 16th. On the 24th, I went again and once again said hello, simple HELLO on the email. Hello, just to kind of jog his mind to put it to attention, like, hey, I'm still looking for an answer or the application. On the 24th, in bold letters, I receive a reply. I should have my work completed tomorrow. I will be in touch with you. And like I said, once again, big, bold, black letters. Apparently, he must have been tired of me questioning what's going on. But that's just, I mean, it's just simple, bold, black, and the other ones were not like that. But Friday, October 25th, once again, hello, Lloyd, for me. As he said, he will be in touch tomorrow. The 25th of October, I reached out, hello, Lloyd. Again, on the 25th, I put 2 question marks. And that was me to Lloyd. I finally got a response the 28th of October, 7 a.m., and that's a Monday. I will be preparing your reply letter today and sending it to you. I will email a copy and send the other in the mail. Thank you for your patience. This is one of many I am working on, Tony. I'm sorry, that was a pause. This is one of many I'm working on. There's a pause, and he signs off as Tony. So, and that is October 20th once again. So on the 29th, I emailed him once again. Should I seek legal counsel? It looks like you are being unfair, untruthful. Every time I reach out to find out what's going on and simply check the status of an application that you said should have been completed 2 to 3 weeks ago when I sent you driver's license and vehicle registration. I understand there's a process, but it seems you are taking advantage of me and my application. I have been in contact since beginning of application with nothing but lies from your end. And that concludes the email from Juan Fernandez Bulldogs Recovery and PUC, which I believe Lloyd, Tony were in exchange of those emails. And then I will be proceeding with the denial letter.
Hey, let me ask you real quickly, that last email you said that you sent, did you get that before or after you got the denial letter? That's the 29th, it's dated the 29th, so. The
So
denial
it was so I sent the email, and then shortly after that is when I received the denial. So I
Okay.
sent the email 7:14 a.m. I don't have the exact time, but it had to been after 8 o'clock that day or something of that nature.
Yeah, I don't need the exact time. I'm just curious whether it was before or after.
Yep, I sent that email, and then later on that day, I didn't realize those were the two corresponding dates. But yeah, I sent that final email. Without a response, they sent over the denial letter.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Good.
So real quick, going back on the last email that he had sent on October 28th, 2024, when it says, I will be preparing your reply letter today and sending it to you. I will email a copy, which I received, no problem, Bulldog Recovery. I will email a copy and send the other one in the mail. So this is where we start questioning their the rightful acts of denying me the letter. So on the denial letter, dated October 29, 2024, it's addressed to Mr. Juan Fernandez, Bulldogs Recovery, L.L.C., and then it lists 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. Right underneath that is also addressed to same person but different address. We got Mr. Juan Fernandez, Bulldogs Recovery, LLC, 6265 West 52nd Avenue, Arvada, Colorado, 80002. So how prejudiced is the PUC, and where did they get that address from?
Which one? The 52nd Avenue?
6265 West 52nd Avenue, Arvada,
Okay.
Colorado, 80002.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yep. So on my application, on everything I filled out, on everything the emails I sent, my driver's license and my vehicle registration all showed a Trinidad address. I'm curious to know how they came up with 6265 West 52nd Avenue as me being so depending how you fold the denial letter, the heading, it can be addressed to 213 Dale Street if you fold it a certain way, and it could also be mailed to 6265 West 52nd Avenue if it's folded a certain way. So how do I get answers on where did they come up with this address?
Well, they're going to have witnesses testify. I got to tell you, I don't know that it matters too much, and I got a feeling the answer is going to probably be because somewhere in the PUC records, there's that address came up, and it's just to make sure that it gets out to everyone. That's my guess, but you're free to ask them any questions you want on that. When
So
they
can I go ahead and ask?
not yet. This is your time to present your case. So if they call those witnesses, you can ask
Okay,
them.
so then I want to proceed then.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's prejudice of the PUC to have 6265 West 52nd Avenue, Arvada, as one of my addresses because I never provided that. If they're using a CPAN case that was issued to my wife, then that's prejudiced again because that's not my address. I never claimed it to be my address. And in the email correspondence, they physically asked, where are you living? Where do you plan on doing business? That to me is bias actions, prejudice actions, and unlegal actions if you are putting a different address. It's not like you said simply to make sure I got it. No, I confirmed my address is 213 Dale Street. I will receive it if you send it to 213 Dale Street. You don't need to send it to 6265. You don't need to send it to any other address but the correspondence I gave you. That's abuse of power. Because you know knowledge of a different address, you're gonna continuously put it on me. That's not correct. And I'd like to proceed.
Go ahead.
So we're still going with the denial letter. We've only gotten to the address and why they came up with a fictitious address. But here, right here, starting up says permit history. On April 13th, 2021, a towing carrier permit was issued under the name Hooked and Booked Towing, T05202. The owner of this towing carrier was listed as Sheena Fernandez. Records indicate that this permit was suspended on June 30th, 2021, and was subsequently revoked on August 10th, 2021. See decision number R21-0423. Proceeding number 21C-0291-INS. Due to failure to maintain the minimum required coverage to operate. So my question is, why is my wife's company being presented on me?
You got to remember this is not your time to ask questions. This is your time to present evidence to me. So again, that's a question you can ask to their witnesses.
So
But
let me rephrase that then. I'm not sure why they are. Is that better?
That's fine. That's fine. I say basically again.
I wasn't expecting
Yeah.
somebody to answer that. It was more that's how I'm understanding. I'm questioning where they came, why they added that on my history.
Again, that's a question you can bring that up, and then when it comes to cross-examination, you can ask them.
That's what I would like to bring up is why they're putting this in my permit history.
That's fine.
And then continue. I'm going to question why they also put additional permit history, and they put on September 28th, 2021, a new towing carrier permit was issued under the same name, Hooked and Booked Towing T05272, which is a different PUC number than the prior one I mentioned. But the owner was now listed as Willie Taylor. The permit also has the same address, email, etc. as the initial towing carrier permit noted above. Records indicate that this permit was suspended on March 26, 2022, subsequently revoked on May 18, 2022. See decision number R220256, proceeding number 22C0125-INS, due to failure to maintain the minimum required insurance coverage to operate. So not only did they add my wife's first towing carrier under my permit history, they're adding a Willie Taylor, who I am not married to, who I am not related to, no blood relationship, no anything. So I'm not sure how we're putting this history under Bulldog and Juan Fernandez's application and denial. Let me state back again. I do believe the towing carrier permit and the company that applied on April 13, 2021 under Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Booked is a sole prop. I believe as a sole prop, nobody else can be owner except for the person filing the documents. And that's my understanding is. So permit T05202 issued to Hooked and Booked Towing and Sheena Fernandez is solely issued to Sheena Fernandez as it is a sole prop. We'll go on to the next one. Willie Taylor and Hooked and Booked Towing T05272 also has no relevance to Juan Fernandez and is a sole prop. And I would call prejudice on you saying my wife's company's mine, but if Willie Taylor has no relationship, how are we putting it on? It's because we live in the same building. At the time, this address was a townhome, and there's 4 apartments. Not just one. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I do believe when Sheena Fernandez applied, it's a different address than what Willie Taylor and Hooked and Booked. Another thing is I don't have the power to stop anybody, including my wife or Willie Taylor or Jane Doe or John Doe, to start a company called Hooked and Booked Towing. There is no law against it, and there's no way in my physical power I can stop anybody from applying or starting a company simply called Hooked and Booked Towing. And that's common sense. We're going on to finally something that does relevant to me. On May 19th, 2022, you were issued a new towing carrier. So that's where it's funny. How do a new towing carrier permit? That kind of references, I had one prior, but let me continue on. On May 19th, 2022, you were issued a new towing carrier permit under the name Fernandez Towing. Well, my name is Juan Fernandez, so I believe Fernandez Towing does make sense for me to start a company, or it'd be my company, Fernandez Towing. It's part of my name. That towing permit was T05347. You were listed as the owner of this towing carrier. Record indicate that the permit was suspended on November 9, 2022, and was subsequently revoked December 23rd. See decision R220747, proceeding number 22C0458 INS, due to failure to maintain the minimum required insurance coverage to operate. Now, let me lay some foundation on there. It wasn't revoked because of I was illegally towing. It wasn't revoked because of a mishap on an invoice that tends to happen. It wasn't revoked because I was harassing uniformed law enforcement. There's a lot it wasn't revoked for. It was revoked for the simple fact of an insurance not being paid. Let's go to a timeline of how long I had that company, which is Fernandez Towing, to be cleared. My records show that I had the company around 6-7 months prior to the insurance being canceled. To me, does that scream fraud? No, that screams that a company tried to succeed, tried to make it out there, tried to have a business, tried to have an honest living, but failed. How many companies, not only in the PUC, in grocery store, 7-Eleven, any kind of business that operates for a month, a week, 6 months, 10 years, 100 years, and go out of business? Lots of them. Too many to count. So to say it's prejudice that he started a Fernandez Towing and then only operated for 6 months and there's fraud intended, when was he ever cited a PUC plan? No, he was not. Was I ever cited any other, like I mentioned? No. And we don't have to keep repeating that. No. Fernandez Towing and Juan Fernandez was never issued a CPAN. Not then, and not now. And Fernandez Towing would be the only one that I applied for, and that can be held against me. Once again, Fernandez Towing was a sole prop, so I couldn't have my wife be part of the company. I couldn't have a business partner be part of the company. I couldn't have my kids be part of the company. A sole prop is you're solely responsible. That's why sole prop, sole responsible. Once again, and that's what it was. That's what Sheena Fernandez's was. That's what Willie Taylor's was. Sole props. PUC making it like it's an L.L.C, multiple member club or business is wrong and prejudice and bias. We're gonna go on to, and we're still on the permit histories. So we talked about Sheena's in 2021. We talked about Willie's in 2021. We talked about Juan Fernandez Towing in 2022. Let's go to 2023. On May 10, 2023, the initial towing carrier permit for Hooked and Booked Towing T05202 was reactivated. Well, which one was it? Was it the Willie Taylor's Hooked and Booked Towing? Or was it the Sheena Fernandez Hooked and Booked Towing? We're not sure. But once again, the initial towing carrier permit for Hooked and Booked Towing T05202 was reactivated. The owner of the towing carrier again was listed as Sheena Fernandez. Well, I believe Sheena Fernandez has been in the first original 2021 towing carrier. So it shouldn't be a shock that in 2022, Sheena decides to reopen a company. Now let's lay some foundation. Has there ever been a time where a company has been in business, shut down, restructured, filed bankruptcy, and reopened? And let's just throw out one simple one, Toys R Us. I believe that's a name, but everybody knows Toys R Us, correct? You get your kids toys, they have toys. That's in the name, Toys R Us. So they're about toys. I believe they're a very old company. They were way before my day. And what happened is they filed for bankruptcy, shut down all their stores. They were gone, out of sight, out of mind. Recently, they're back in the news. They're reopening, they're restructuring, and they're now in physical brick and mortar stores once again. Now, were they committing fraud, or why would they go out of business and restructure and then open up again? Because they have the legal right to. There's nobody that can say Toys R Us, and that's just as an example. We obviously talking about towing carriers and towing companies, but companies have shut down, and restarted again, and there's nothing fraudulent, prejudice, biased against that. That is just how it happens. It happens, and that's it. Legal. There's nothing fraudulent. But what it seems like the PUC is doing is saying it's fraudulent activity to open a company to go bankrupt and then restart it again sometime down the road. And show me evidence of that. Show me laws against that. Show me something that shows that that's why you put that. So we're going back to May 10th, 2023. The initial towing company at Hooked and Book Towing was reactivated, and it mentions T-05202. The owner of the towing carrier permit, again, was listed Sheena Fernandez. Like I mentioned, Little Foundation, that's common. She started the first company. She went ahead and started it again. Records indicate that the permit was suspended on October 18, 2023. So in order for a company to be suspended, there has to be a permit that was issued.
And just, I'm going to correct you real quickly. I think that's 2024. You said 2020. October 23.
No, it is 2023.
You're right. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay.
So I'm reading it script by script, and that's why I'm adding the insurance numbers and everything as how it is I'm not adding nothing as I believe that would be fraudulent or biased or something like that. I am reading it word by word, script by script, exactly, quote unquote, is what I would say.
No, I apologize. I saw later down there, and I saw the 18th in 2024.
Yeah, no. So we're on the, I believe, third towing. And just to clarify, Latham Foundation, we're on the third Sheena Fernandez hooked and booked towing permit. But then there's also one prior in between that would, I guess, make that the fourth one. But I'm not understanding how, if it's Willie Taylor's sole prop and that. So they can justify that when they're able to, however they want to, see fit. But we're working on the third of Sheena Fernandez. And that is, and again, T-05202. So they never changed her towing carrier permit number the 3 times she was applied and the 3 times she was approved. So there's some more foundations. Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Book Towing was never denied a towing carrier permit in the history of the PUC or her ever applying for a PUC. She applied on 3 different occasions. She was granted a permit on 3 different occasions. Willie Taylor was also applied and was granted an application. Juan Fernandez was also applied and granted an application. This is all permit history, and that's where we keep repeating to make sure it's clear and laying foundation. So we're back on the May 10th, 2023, as I was kind of stopped to verify the dates, but it was suspended that permit was suspended on December 12th, 2023. Now, once again, so if she applied on May 10th and then it didn't get revoked until December 12th, once again, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, that seems like she legally ran a company for 7 months without a CPAN, without any violations, without any issues. Besides whatever reason she had to shut down her company. And only she would know that. I wouldn't even want to claim to say why I would assume she closed. But I would imagine financial reasons is why companies shut down, file for bankruptcy, restructure, and reopen again. So I believe that is it on the history permits. And once again, I'm just wondering how those four incidents are put on my denial. The three of Sheena Fernandez hooked and book soul props and the Willie Taylor soul prop. So to conclude the history permit, I should have only one company on my history permit, and that would be Fernandez Towing, that was issued and subsequently revoked 6 or 7 months down the road with no fraud intended. Next, I want to go on and talk about how me and Sheena are related. They actually have her down as Sheena Fisher, which would be my wife's maiden name. And I'm going to quote unquote read from the denial letter. Record from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE abbreviations, indicate that you and Sheena Fisher, aka Sheena Fernandez, were married in Denver County on April 20th, 2017. Evidence suggests that you and Mrs. Fisher Fernandez have been mutually engaged in towing carrier operations in varied capacities in the state of Colorado, as referenced in this correspondence. To lay a little bit of foundation, yes, we are married. It's not hidden. It's a public known record. So I have physically been with my wife. We just celebrated our 19th anniversary being together.
Congratulations.
We have only been married 8 years, 10, 17, if my math's correct there. Apologize there. But that was we have been together and married. And another thing I want to elaborate is we succeeded and we didn't divorce during COVID, as that was the hardest part of being married and being together. And we had been together so long that I wasn't gonna let COVID and this virus and everything that we were put through break us apart or cause us to get divorced or separate. So we continue to be happily married as of 19 years together. And we're going to continue so. And the PUC or nobody else is going to stop us from that. But I want to elaborate on how they put that because we're married, that we're mutually engaging. No, we had our own soul props. And to lay some more foundation is Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Book Towing had her own bank account and her own funds and everything separate from Fernandez Towing. When she opened Hooked and Book Towing, she went to the bank. She took her driver's license, her credentials, whatever it was. She opened up a commercial bank account, Hooked and Book Towing, listed her as a sole prop owner, as nobody else could be listed as a sole prop. That's not legal and that's not allowed from a bank's point of view. So if she has her own bank account, her own commercial bank account, her own commercial vehicles registered to her own self, Juan Fernandez Towing has his own bank account, commercial bank account, has his own commercial vehicle, has his own registration, has everything separate from Hooked and Book Towing Sheena Fernandez. How are we adding that together? How are we saying mutually engaged when we were not mutually engaged in nothing except for our family being related? There's no other thing besides the only way that something would have been further is if either of us would have passed away. Being married, anything she owned privately on her own or together would have been left to who other than her spouse, which would have been me. So by default, I would have some interest or stakes in it if she passed away. But I can tell you, she, during these permits, and now she is a healthy, beautiful wife and is everything I asked for. So she is not going to be, there's no way I could have inherited this company or responsibility. So the full responsibility, if there happened to be a CPAN, which we're going to get into that and question the whole legality of that, should be found and solely on that person who received it. Just because we're married and we're still talking on the because we're married that we're mutually doing things. No. So if my wife goes down the street and speeds, who are they going to give the ticket to? Me because I'm her husband? Me because I'm in the passenger seat? Me because I own the car? Sheena Fernandez, the driver, the occupant, the one who committed the violation, is going to be cited unless we have prejudice, bias. Just 1 second, too. Sorry, we're still elaborating on that. I just wanted
No
to.
problem. No problem. I got to tell you what, real quickly. Take a break while you get a drink there. If you're still going at 10:30, I'm going to stop and give my court reporter a break. Okay.
No problem.
So-
I do believe we're going to go through the entire denial permit, and I'm going from the beginning all the way to the very end, and I'm trying to lay foundation and give as much as I can through each one, so that way it doesn't cloud or make anything. We're going through the beginning, which was address, down to the next permit history, and now my wife being married and that kind. We're just going,
Yeah.
taking the denial letter to the fullest, and that's what we're going with.
Yeah. You do whatever you want to do. I'm not trying to stop you to anything like that. I just want to tell you that I'm going to give my court reporter a break. That's all.
No problem. I appreciate that, and we're gonna continue there. So I believe that I laid a little bit of foundation on is if just because we're married, you can't hold the CPAN, you can't hold a company, you can't hold all these things you're holding against Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Book Towing, because they're a sole prop. Sheena Fernandez is her own person, and just because we're married does not make that a legal right for them to do what they were doing and putting it on me. She is a human being. She can take responsibility for her own actions, her own company, her own entity, her own sole prop. Fernandez Towing and Juan Fernandez can, as in Willie Taylor and Hooked and Book Towing. So the next thing is, it talks about on September 18th, 2024, and it kind of lays foundation on that when I applied for the, this is just referencing the email, quote unquote, on September 18th. And sorry, real quick, moving on from the marriage. On September 18, 2024, you submitted the underlining towing carrier permit application under the name Bulldogs Recovery L.L.C. You are listed as the president of the towing carrier. On the app, you listed an address located at 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. The same address is also reflected on the driver's license you submitted as part of the application process. So just to lay some foundation, they confirm, once again, PUC confirmed on September 18th the driver's license I submitted for their request is identical to the address on the towing application, which, mind you, is 213 Dale Street, not to confuse with 6265 West 52nd Avenue. And it's going to sound funny, but I'm not sure where they came up with that address. And I, like you said, I'm sure that I know where. Yeah, I do know where, but that would consist of prejudiceness. But we'll get to that down in the road. But the address, once again, I'm going to repeat this. On the application, you listed an address located at 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. The same address is also reflected on the driver's license you submitted as part of the application process. So, what fraudulent activity or how prejudiced are you when you're saying your application address has the same address as your driver's license? In, Instead, it should be your application and your driver's license is correct or up to date or is the same. They're showing each other the same. I don't know the proper word. I'm a little lost on that, but they're referencing each other as being correct or the same. There's no. I didn't have one address on my driver's license and one address on my application. No, it should actually assist me on proving that that's where I'm located. To lay a little bit of foundation too, there are documents and there are requirements to get a driver's license and to use an address. So if my address shows 213 Dale, I had to prove to the state of Colorado that that's my address. They don't just hand out addresses and driver's license to I mean, it's easy to say, oh, I live at 213 Dale, send me my driver's license. No, the state requires, and each county may have different requirements, but county and states have requirements on how you can use an address as verifiable address or to put it on your driver's license. So if they're stating my driver's license has the same address as the application, what is their fraud against that? Why would that should actually contradict them and say that assisted me on saying everything's correct? So let's move on, because they did mention that the reason they said, oh, your address, and they're making a big deal, is the second course after that. They put, in checking with Trinidad Police Department, the address 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado 81082 belongs to a Matthew Chavez. Matthew Chavez is currently incarcerated in the Colorado Department of Corrections, but one of your known associates, Jeremy Chavez, is related to Matthew Chavez. There is no indication that you have any connections with this address. So let me lay some foundation on that, and I kind of did previous in the statement, is they're saying that the address I used of 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, is fraudulently used on my behalf, which is Juan Fernandez Bulldogs Recovery, L.L.C. And how we come up with that is because it said, in checking with Trinidad Police, which Trinidad, Los Animas County, that's where I was residing at, is one in the same, Trinidad and Los Animas County. In checking with Trinidad Police Department, the address 213 Dale belongs to a Matthew Chavez. Matthew Chavez is currently incarcerated. What does it matter that a Matthew Chavez is currently incarcerated on Juan Fernandez Bulldog Recovery's application? In fact, it should be better that if he is staying there and a criminal, he's in jail, so I'm not around a criminal. I would see if, oh, there's a felon living at the same address. That would be concerning. A kidnapper, something created a high offense criminal living at the same address while I'm running a company out of there, that can be concerning, alarming. That could be a reason why you deny somebody. That could be why a reason you say it's fraudulent. But to say a criminal is in jail and he owns the house, well, that criminal is my second cousin. Matthew Chavez is Juan Fernandez's second cousin. How that makes Matthew Chavez my second cousin is actually that house, 213 Dale Street, was my auntie Betty Fernandez, who remarried to Betty Fisher, is residence. Now let me lay some foundation. Is how do they come up with the Matthew Chavez? Matthew Chavez is Betty Fernandez, Betty Fisher's grandson. She passed away approximately 5, 6, 7 years ago. She left the house to her son, who was living with her at the time and who's always resided with her, which would be George Fisher. George Fisher is Matthew's father. George Fisher is Betty Fisher's son. So technically, the house belongs to George Fisher, which his son is, it's not too hard to see, but is Matthew Chavez, and he is correctly incarcerated. But him being incarcerated has nothing to do with my towing permit. And why would we pick up a phone and contact a police department 200 miles away to verify if Juan Fernandez knows anybody at 213 Dale? Let me just say a couple ways we could have figured out if Juan Fernandez knew anybody at 213 Dale. Common sense would say if he submitted an application with the address, common sense would say that if he submitted a driver's license with the same address, that's already two things. He's either really good at fraudulently lying or making things up, or to me, it's he knows somebody at 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado. I already laid foundation on actually that it's my first cousin's residence. So why didn't they, one, look up and possibly find out a number to the owner? Let's say that's too hard. You have the address. Couldn't you write a letter from the PUC to 213 Dale Street addressed to resident? Dear resident, a Juan Fernandez and Bulldogs Recovery is attempting to fraudulently use your address. Do you know this person, or is it truly, like we think, a fraud activity? More than likely, you would have received a phone call or a letter from the owner, which would be George Fisher, stating, That's funny. That's my first cousin. My mom and his mom are sisters. Same mom, same dad. So there's no question about, do I know somebody at 213 Dale Street, Coretta, Colorado? Yes, I do. I know the original owner, Betty Fernandez Fisher, my auntie. I know George Fisher, my first cousin. And I know the criminal who is incarcerated, Matthew Chavez. Now, does it mean that I hang out with him? Does it mean I conduct business with him? No, I never mentioned that. I am blood relationship, so there's no denying whether I like him or not. He's related, but whether he's incarcerated or not, or what he's incarcerated for, has no relevance in this application and denial. They prejudicedly, and this is what I'm going to say, the prejudicedly picked up a phone because why? Adams County has all these false reports about Juan Fernandez and a company he don't own, which is hooked and booked. So they assume that Trinidad must know about me. And they assume if Trinidad don't know about me, then that's fraud. What is assumptions? It makes an idiot out of both people because that's an inaccurate and the assumptions. We're going off assumptions. They assume I don't know nobody because Trinidad police doesn't know Juan Fernandez or Bulldog Recovery or Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Book Towing. So what that tells me is that Adams County, once again, is prejudiced because that's where all these reports came from. Adams County, Adams County, Adams County. And we'll get into that criminal stuff later. I just want to mention that it's biased and prejudiced because of everything Adams County has said. They assume that police. And I'm going to go back to improper ways. I mentioned a phone call. I mentioned sending a letter. And it's simple. If you don't know, it could have been addressed to Matthew Chavez. It could have been addressed to Betty Fisher. It could have been addressed to George Fisher. It could have been addressed properly. I'm saying I would have addressed it. If I was PUC and investigating properly, I would have addressed a letter to residents of 213 Dale Street. And guess what that would allow? Anybody who is a resident, anybody who can access the mail. Let's lay some more foundation. 213 Dale Street is a trailer park, trailer court, however you want to put that. Trailer parks, trailer courts don't have independent mailboxes. Your conventional brick and mortar houses have a mailbox that's right at your door, right at your driveway, one that goes inside your house. 213 Dale Street does not have a personal mailbox at each trailer. What 213 Dale Street is a trailer court and has one mutual large commercial mailbox with individually locked mailboxes for each individual resident to have a key to safely keep their mail stored. So if somebody is fraudulently using an address, they can't receive fraudulent letters at that address. So what that just laid foundation as is if I have a driver's license and I'm receiving mail there, I obviously know somebody because it's in a locked mailbox. It's not where I can go down to somebody's driveway, wait for the mailman to leave letters and me to incognito kung fu ninja status secretly go receive mail. So yeah, the way the sarcastic I answered in there is to show that how ridiculous and how lack of any law is. Like how are you going to call a police station 200 miles away to ask if you know somebody and then put in this denial letter, which is proof they physically said nope, you don't know nobody there. I already laid enough foundation of my first cousin owns the property. I don't know how or when about he put it in his son's name. Maybe he's not in the greatest health, and maybe he knows that he's passing away soon, possibly, and maybe he's leaving it to that son. So if common sense says he inherited that from his mother, common sense would say if he has children, he's probably going to leave that to one or all of his children. Common sense would say that if it's in his children's name, it's because it could be a living will. It could be something that he prepared so his kids don't have to struggle down the road when he unexpectedly passes away. Or maybe he's in worse health than he's letting us know, and it could be sooner than later. Who is me? Who am I or the PUC to judge that? We can't. We cannot. And that would be wrong or prejudice to do so. Going on to the next one. We're still continuing on with the denial letter. And to move on from me not knowing anybody at 213 Dale Street, in checking with Trinidad, oh no, sorry, I'm bad. After in checking with Trinidad Police, they check according to the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Like I mentioned, Adams County, this is who the PUC just got all their information from. According to Adams County Sheriff's Office, it has been reported that you still are living at an address located at 3394 West 66th Avenue. They forgot to mention an apartment number because if they're using that as a reference, if you pull up 3394 West 66th Avenue, that is an incomplete address. And that is prejudice by not putting apartment number 3 because I have used nothing but apartment 3 on all of my information, on all of my everything. That's the address I lived at. So for them putting it, according to Adams County Sheriff's, you're still living at located at 3394 West 66th Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 802. And they put city, state, zip code, and everything. Why did you leave? Why? And I'm sorry. Why was that number left out? Prejudice, bias. That's why. Because putting number 3 would show there's multiple. If there's a 3, there has to be a what? A number 2. If there's a number 2, there has to be a what? A number 3. And who's to say how many more after 3 there? There could be 4, 5, 6, 7. And I don't need to continue on, but to put Adams County Sheriff still believe you live at 3394 West 66th Avenue, that is vague, biased, and improper. Because I resided at 3394 West 66th Avenue, unit number 3, Denver, Colorado, 80221. And to continue on word for word, as of October 25th, 2024, this address was associated with your previous towing carrier permit under Fernandez Towing, as well as the other towing carrier permits. So why I keep saying prejudice and why they acted. So if you put 3394 West 66th Avenue, that's a vague address. And yeah, a lot of companies, a lot of business could have been operated out of 3394 West 66th Avenue. As I have stated, it appears 3 Hookton books, one Fernandez Towing and another Willie Taylor Hookton book, has all operated out of 3394 West 66th Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80221. But it's prejudice not to add 1, 2, 3, or 4, because what they're making it seem like is we all live in one house and are fraudulently starting multiple towing companies, one after another after another. So yeah, therefore, once again, you're going to hear this a lot. That is prejudice and bias by you putting in one Fernandez Bulldog Recoveries denial letter that Adams County still believes I live at this address. And let me guess, like everything else, it was a typo. They could have put 3, but they failed to. I don't know if not adding in the full address is a typo, because a typo would be putting 1, a typo would be putting 2, a typo would be putting 4, 5, 7, 10. I think they're fraudulently, and let me actually, there's one thing, 1 second, I'd like to. It seems like the PUC is purposely deceptive in order to deter false information. Correct information would be Adams County Sheriff's believe, and this would just be hearsay. This is strictly hearsay, but the proper statement should have been, according to the Adams County Sheriff, it has been reported that you're still living at the address located at 3394 West 66th Avenue, unit number 3, Denver, Colorado, 80221. Then it would keep it away from building 4. It would keep it away from apartment 1. It would keep it away from apartment 2. No, that looks like, once again, there's one big house at 3394 and several different families live there, and all are doing fraudulent activity by having multiple towing carriers permits. Since I went there, let me go back a little bit and lay some more foundation on all the permits that were issued were all revoked, whether it was Sheena Fernandez hooked and booked, Juan Fernandez Towing, or Willie Taylor hooked and booked. They were all only denied for No insurance. So once again, putting 3394 in an incomplete address is biased and prejudiced. And then they go and we continue on. It says, and I'm going to have to read this once again. I don't have to lay too much more foundation, but it says, according to the Adams County Sheriff's Office, it has been reported that you're still living at an address located at 3394 West 66th Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80221, as of October 25th, 2024, which I mentioned that a couple times, but also it says this address
Mr.
was
Fernandez,
associated.
Mr. Fernandez, hang on one second. I know my court reporter is going to get mad at me. I'm going to be slow down a little bit there.
Okay, sorry.
It's all right. I just want to make sure she can get it all down. And she will
The
tell
address
me.
was associated with your previous towing carrier permit under Fernandez Towing, which I admitted that is mine and that's my sole responsibility and nothing other than that. As well as other towing carrier permits under Hooked and Book Towing T05202 and T05272. Those are permits issued to Sheena Fernandez and Willie Taylor. Given these conflicts of information, and this is where it gets interesting. I'm going to start once again. Giving these conflicts of information, the address listed on your driver's license and the underlying towing carrier permit application is suspicious and cannot be substantiated. I tell you what can be substantiated. If the investigator, and excuse my French, would have got off his ass and not sat at a computer calling and made a proper investigation, he would have known immediately that Juan Fernandez Bulldog Recovery has authorization to conduct business out of 213 Dale Street, and him saying suspicious. The address listed on your driver's license and the underlining towing carrier permit application is suspicious. Word for word. How is it suspicious? Because you sat on your, once again, ass and tried to call another county and heard? They should have been happy that Adams County or Trinidad Police doesn't know about me, because what that shows is maybe I'm not what Adams County is showing to or presenting. That's what it is. That's what we're working with. Adams County, time and time and time again, has harassed Juan Fernandez and putting or being biased on what they're representing to the PUC. One-sided biased as in Mr. Fernandez this, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Fernandez. No, the Mr. Fernandez owned and operated Fernandez Towing. Why hasn't that only been mentioned on one occasion? Another thing is, if I have been issued a permit, why would I have my wife have her own permit? If I was given a permit 2 or 3 years after her original one, wouldn't that say that I was eligible for the first one, the second one, the third one? So if there was 6 permits prior to the one that got denied, but I got approved for one, wouldn't that say that technically I would have got approved for all of them? No, what they got against me is after the fact, recently, and it's not facts. It's prejudice, lies, one-sided bias reports from Adams County Sheriff's, from patrol, deputies, sergeants, and all the way above. And we're going to get into that. And we're going to get into that intensely. And there's going to be some nasty things being said. But we're going to clarify that all and make that understanding. So, so we already talked about it's suspicious and can't be substantiated because he cannot do his job properly. So to me, that's an inadequate, unprofessional, untrained investigator who is investigating me, because that is not proper. And then furthermore, we're gonna keep continuing. Furthermore, the vehicle registration you submitted as part of the application process indicates an address located at 202 West Topeka Avenue, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082. Based on a record search, once again, Why are we sitting on our ass searching stuff when we can make physical? I already mentioned, just as they could have verified 20. Sorry, let me slow down a little bit. Just how
Thank
they
you.
could have verified 213 Dale Street, they could have verified 202 West Topeka the same way. Research the phone number. Let's call somebody. We can't do that. Dear resident, dear, and then so let me add this, I guess, real quick. Furthermore, the vehicle registration you submitted as part of the application process indicates an address located at 202 West Topeka. And I apologize, I'm not an experienced lawyer. I'm not a lawyer at all. So I have to repeat things so I can know and lay foundation of where I'm going at. So I
Yeah,
apologize for that.
no, hang on. That's fine. That's
I
fine to
just
do
don't
that.
want you to seem like that. The reason I'm doing that is so I can know where I'm going at with this. And I'm
Yeah, no,
trying to
no,
go from top all the way to the bottom so anybody can kind of know where I'm going next.
no, that's fine. The only request I'll make, and
I
again,
appreciate. I just wanted
this
to
is
let somebody
this
know
is
why I'm doing that.
yeah, no.
So
My only request is when you're reading off
yeah,
there,
no,
I
well, yep,
slow down,
yep.
slow down. That's
Furthermore,
all.
the vehicle registration you submitted as part of the application process indicates an address of 202 West Topeka Avenue, Trinidad, Colorado 81082. Based on a record search, this is a single family home belonging to Anthony Velasquez, a Joseph Velasquez, and a Shirley Fisher. Again, there is no indication that you have any connection with this address. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to emphasize how stupid does that sound. It's upsetting, and I know it is very unethical and unlogical for someone to say, again, there is no indication that you have any connection with this. That how experienced is the person writing this denial letter? Because guess who did they say this single family home belonged to? Anthony Velasquez and a Joseph Velasquez. They seem like it could be brothers, uncles, son. Right, correct. There's some kind of relation. Velasquez, two males. Has to be father, son, some kind of uncle. Like we don't have to get too into that. Clearly, Juan Fernandez and Fisher has nothing to do with the Velasquez, possibly. But what is funny is they put and Shirley Fisher. Let's go back a little bit and let's talk about they pulled my marriage license. They took the time to mention Sheena Fisher slash Fernandez and Juan Fernandez are married. So what did they call Sheena? What is her last name? Fisher. That's her maiden name. Sheena Fisher. Okay, so who owns the single family home? Anthony Velasquez, Joseph Velasquez, Shirley Fisher. Fisher. So what does that make that? An in-law, my in-law. That's to lay some foundation. Shirley Fisher is actually Shirley Maldonado, but has been my in-law for 19 years. So to lay some foundation, I have been authorized to stay at her house openly, voluntarily by Shirley Fisher for the last 19 years. And let me take a step further back. 213 Dale Street has been open for me to live, to stay, to reside there since my auntie originally moved that trailer there since the beginning. She had an open door policy for any family. To lay some foundation too, how does the PUC get to regulate who lives at 213 Dale Street? And how and why does the PUC get to regulate who lives at 202 West Topeka? And if furthermore, they even add in the record search, this is a single family home. So they forgot to mention how big the single family home is. A single family home could be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom. And if you're getting 6, 7, 8, maybe we get into a multi-family home. But there is a certain amount of bedrooms in a single family home that once again, the PUC would have to be biased and prejudiced to tell somebody how many people can live and reside and know and stay at that residence. Let's make that clear again. Nobody, including the PUC, from top to bottom, can tell Joseph Velasquez, Shirley Fisher, or Anthony Velasquez or George Fisher or Matthew Chavez or Betty Fernandez or Betty Fisher who can reside at their house. There's no reason, there's no law. That is pure prejudice, biased acts. On who? So what that is what the PUC does and is doing is biased, ordinary course of regularly conducted business by the PUC. That's fraudulent. That's biased. That's to them, and they say this a lot. Is, oh, this is just ordinary course of regularly conducted business by the PUC. So I'm wondering, is acting biased, acting prejudice, is that also ordinary course of regularly conducted business by the PUC? Because here we've already heard of a lot of it. We heard that I'm married to a Fisher, but I don't know a Fisher. We heard that toes are being put on me when they can't be. That there's a lot of ordinary course of regularly conducted business by the PUC that is not and should not be regularly conducted. And it's prejudicially conducted and biasly conducted. It's one-sided. And who also is? Adams County Sheriff's Department, from the deputies to the very top sergeants. What Juan Fernandez did and is doing is standing up for Juan Fernandez and Bulldogs recovery and any other entity Fernandez towing he started or claims to have started. What Adams County sheriffs and the PUC don't like is people who stand up for themselves. We're going to get into this a little more, but what it seems like is the PUC is a big bad thug, racketeers. They push their weight around how can they fraudulently, biasedly deny me? And let's say this is an application I paid for. So I applied and paid for services in full to be wrongfully denied, to be prejudicially denied, to have this application and investigation be improper and biasly motivated.
Hey, Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to cut you off right here. Just if it actually kind of almost at a stopping point, because the letter kind of changes topics. And I'll let you finish up if you want any more on the paragraph that starts furthermore. But when you're done with that, then I want to take a break from my court report.
Yeah, no problem. So it's just appalling to me and my paid service that I got so poorly investigated. We spoke on how poorly they clearly made an effort to pull up my wife and my history of my marriage, and it clearly shows Sheena was Fisher. There's no reason to not think that Shirley Fisher and Shirley Fisher and Sheena Fisher are not related. That's actually her niece. And she was actually raised by Shirley Fisher. So I have a big history, and a big part of my family conducted is with Shirley and her family. As in, I've been a part of their family for 19 years, and they opened me with open arms, and we conduct a lot of gatherings, and I'm always around. So for them to once again say that I don't know Shirley, it's accurate to say Anthony Velasquez and Joseph Velasquez have no relevance to Juan Fernandez, but they are. Anthony, also known as Tony, is married to Shirley. So by law, her in-law, which would kind of make us all somewhat related or have some kind of connection to Anthony. But I'm saying the main connection for 202 West Topeka is my wife's auntie, and that would be her blood auntie, which she was raised by since she was about 5 years old. So there is a lot of relevance to how I have 202 West Topeka.
Okay.
So therefore, furthermore, there's no fraud intended by me using 202 West Topeka or by me using 213 Dale in any way, shape, or form as PUC presented. And I have conducted that part of that. Next, we'll be going on criminal compliance history on the same denial. And I know you want to take a break. I just was letting you know that's what would be the next topic.
Fantastic. I do appreciate that. Okay, let's take a break. It's just about 10:30. We'll take a 15-minute break until 11:45. So we'll be in adjournment until then.
Thank you.
Thank you. right, Harry, you there?
Yes.
Okie dokie. All right, Mr. Fernandez, you there? I can't see you, so I gotta ask you.
Yes, sorry.
No problem.
Uh,
Okay. Hang on. I gotta do the legal stuff. So we'll go back on the record here. And Mr. Fernandez, I will remind you that you are still under oath. And now you may proceed.
Alrighty. I was just trying to catch my breath there. I wasn't necessarily trying to get started. Sorry. I gave off the wrong impression there right there.
No problem.
Um, I just want to reiterate, I'm trying to go from top to bottom, be as professional and as best as I can. I want to reiterate, I don't have law experience. I'm just going off of my own beliefs, my own rights, what I know to believe correct. And I'm giving it and trying to be as transparent as possible so we can get this resolved. And that's all I'm looking
You're doing
for.
fine.
So I would
And
like to continue.
yeah,
Criminal.
no. If it makes you feel better, you're doing fine, and just continue as you're going. If you hit anything, I will say, just as a heads up, in the stuff that we might be heading into now, there might be some stuff that you prefer not to be out there everywhere. If not, if you don't have a problem with it, that's fine. It's your information. So, but if you don't want it to, just tell me, and we'll try and do it in a confidential section. Okay.
So can I speak on that just a little bit, or I know you can't give me. So let me
I,
just 1 second. Just one
it,
second. That one. Um,
you got, as far as I can tell, you've got criminal issues, but I don't think that any of these criminal issues are currently active. So I'm not, that generally is my biggest fear.
okay.
Like we had in
No,
the
that's
previous
fine. We're gonna
conference.
proceed. My only thing was, my belief is it has to be kind of talked about in order
No,
to make sense of all of it. And if I leave some of it out, or if we try to confidential it, it's gonna cloudy it on my part or on that end, and I don't want to do that. I want to be as clear, transparent as possible, and we're just simply going off of the denial letter. Of course, I'm adding some things, talking about it. So we're simply going page by page, top to bottom of the denial letter, as you can kind of see what's going to be next. And I would just like to continue. Like I
go
said,
right ahead.
I'm okay with going with it. It's just it needs to be talked about in order to make sense of it all. So
Fantastic. Okay, you
and
go
I'll
right
try to
ahead.
slow down on the reading. Do my best. Like
Yeah,
I said, I'm not experienced in all this at all. Um,
not a problem. Not a problem.
okay, so now we're going on. We're still on the denial letter. We're going to go with criminal compliance history. And like I mentioned before, all this is going to be from here on out Adams County. We're going to hear Adams County a lot. We're almost going to get sick of it. I'm going to repeat it so much that it's going to be every other sentence, every other word. It's going to be where it shouldn't be. It's going to show not only by a preponderance, it should be without a doubt that they were acting negligently, prejudice, and bias. But continue on criminal compliance history. On November 12th, 2023, you were named a suspect in an aggravated robbery report completed by the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Case number 11CN 23016515. In this report, a victim was forcibly removed from a vehicle so that it can be towed by hook and book towing T05202. Ultimately, this case was not filed as the victim feared retaliation and refused to pursue criminal charges. Number one, so that's the first criminal history that, and it's kind of funny how they put compliance because none of this says I'm in compliance. So I just find it appalling that it should have been criminal history, not criminal compliance, because from their standpoint, I wasn't complying with nothing, and that's why I'm being denied. But to go and add some things, first of all, case number, that is not a case number. That is what's called an incident report number. And that can produce a case number if a case number is warranted or granted, or there's reason for that. And there's things behind that that would cause that to change from a case number to, or from an incident report number to a case number. What? how did the PUC come about that November 12th, 2023? I personally were named suspect. So in the denial letter, it says on November 12th, 2023, you were named as a suspect. So if I'm applying for it, I got denied. They're saying you are named suspect in aggravated robbery report completed by none other than your favorite Adams County Sheriff's Office. The case number is not a case number, like I mentioned, that is a report number, but what they just simply get to say, oh, that I am so powerful, so far in criminal organization that a person refused to file criminal charges. Um, and I do believe if it warranted serious enough, as it says, aggravated robbery, I do believe whether the victim or not wanted to press charges, I think that that would warrant the police just to issue and citate, arrest, or do some kind of something, regardless if the person was not wanting to pursue charges. What they're saying is aggravated robbery and forcibly removing a person would almost be kidnapping, I believe, is what they're implying I did. And their simple justification is they have no proof of that because ultimately the case was not filed as the victim feared retaliation and refused to pursue criminal charges. Well, is it because that never happened? Very well could have been true. This could have been falsified. But where do we get that on November 12th, 2023, I forcibly myself personally removed somebody and they're so assured of it, but no criminal charges were brought to? And once again, they're adding hooked and book towing. Why wasn't Fernandez Towing involved? I'm the actual owner. It would seem more, it would be more common sense for them to say Fernandez Towing is illegally towing cars, because then you will have who is liable for that on the sole prop, who's registered owner, who filed Secretary of State, who got the permit. Juan Fernandez. Juan Fernandez did not register hooked and book towing. And I know we already kind of got into this, but this is a new questioning of adding hooked and book to Juan Fernandez. You were named suspect, hooked and book towing. Ultimately, this case was not filed because of retaliation. Well, I think we need more than that. If not, that shouldn't have brought up. That's just another attempt of Adams County trying to make me some criminal bad organ. Like, I'm a gangster. I'm a thug. I'm a racketeer. But actually, what we're gonna show is that Adams County, the PUC, and we're gonna actually mention and touch some touchy subjects. We're gonna start from the bottom all the way top, and there's things that we're gonna question and wonder why this happened. But this is just the first incidence of criminal compliance, November 12th. That's horrific. And if I did that, there should be charges against me. There should be something other than adding it to a history report and denying somebody because of that. And then we're going to move on from November to February 25th, 2024. So it seems like November, December, January, February, about 3 months after the first supposedly thugged incident, or on February 25th, 2024, you were named as a suspect in a third-degree motor vehicle theft report completed by Adams County. Once again, Adams County Sheriff's Office. Case number 11CN24002569. Once again, those are not case numbers. Those are incident report numbers. And like I mentioned, they can come about case numbers, but that's not what that is. In report, that's what it is. And then they go on. In report, hooked and book towing T05202 removed a vehicle belonging to the victim of an altercation that occurred the night before. There was also an implication of weapons being involved in the altercation. This report noted that you were not cooperative with the investigation and you were disrespectful to the deputies assigned to the response, which would be none other than Adams County Sheriffs. So what that tells me is that something was going on and they wanted to pin it on Juan Fernandez and supposedly hooked and book towing. But if Juan Fernandez has no legal authority over hooked and book towing, as I was denied to represent Hooked and Book Towing, and we'll get into that here in just a second. That'll be next. But I was not allowed to hold the hearing and to give evidence and to present any side of the testimony on behalf of Hooked and Booked. Because why? I was told I'm not a representative. I'm simply the husband. So unless you were to pass away, in that instance, I have no authority over Hooked and Book Towing. So to keep mentioning it, we mentioned it several times already in this denial letter that Hooked and Booked and Juan Fernandez and with the sorry, excuse me, the application history, trying to pin it on me, the criminal activity, like this is where Adams County messed up on is they're trying to target and add charges to somebody that has no relevance, has nothing to do with Hooked and Book Towing other than my wife. And to add a little more foundation, let's talk about only the three that she signed up for. The one that Willie Taylor, I have no say so 120% because not only if he passes away, I have no access to that company, no access to nothing. So to keep mentioning Hooked and Booked and Juan Fernandez, that's just another ordinary course of regularly conducted business by the PUC, prejudice and biasness by continuously saying Juan Fernandez and Hooked and Booked. Only one time they mention Fernandez Towing, and that's the permit history. He's never mentioned, and that company's never mentioned. If I'm doing criminal activities, why didn't I do it with Fernandez Towing? Another thing is, if Fernandez or Hooked and Book Towing is doing criminal activities, why do they keep renewing the permit in the same name? Normally, people who are doing fraudulent activities, as in towing or moving, they would change the name 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times. They never went by Hook and Book. They never went by any. It's Hooked, and it's all the same spelling. It looks like it's all the same everything. That doesn't give it a right to pin all together. But it's like if there's fraudulent activity happening, why did nobody ever change the name? Why was the only other company Fernandez Towing, which was Juan Fernandez, and his last name Fernandez, so which would make sense? And why weren't they ever cited? Why wasn't Fernandez Towing ever cited? So that goes on the second one from November 12th to February 25th. This report noted that you would not cooperate and with the investigation respectful to the deputy. Well, because I was disrespectful, they're gonna lie and add me on some report. There was no charges that came about there. Because why? There couldn't have been a crime. Why? Because if they were after me so bad, I assure you, if there was a crime taking place, the first ones who would have arrested me or charged me was Adams County Sheriff's Department because they're the ones who are repeatedly after me by shows by November 12th, February 25th. Now we're going to go on to June 25th, 2024. This is where we're going to involve the PUC from top to bottom, pretty much. And we're going to go as best as we can, as clean as we can, as professional as we can. On June 25th, 2024, a complaint was received by staff alleging, once again, Hooked and Book Towing, T05202. And just to pause on that real quick, that would be, I believe, my wife's company and my wife's PUC. To continue on with that, quote unquote, unlawfully towed a vehicle on May 25th, 2024. The resulting investigation, CCTS number 140630, revealed numerous rule violations, including that the tow was conducted during a period when the towing carrier permit was suspended. A civil penalty assessment notice, CPAN number 14063, was issued for this conduct. 12 violations were cited, totaling $17,652.50 in penalties. The issued CPAN was served by the, once again, I've mentioned several hundred times, Adams County Sheriff's Office and only Adams County Sheriff's Office. on June 26, 2024. During this service, the body cam footage provided by the Adams County Sheriff's Office, once again, showed you to be threatening and belligerent to the deputies. A hearing related to CPAN number 140630 was held on October 10th, 2024. See proceeding number 24G0297T0. And final determination is the matter is currently pending. So at the time of the denial, my wife CPAN, the one and only my wife Sheena Fernandez, and Hooked and Book Towing received throughout 3 permits who were applied and granted for. She only received 1, and that was several months into Adams County, none other than Adams County, falsely investigating, prejudicially investigating who? None other than Juan Fernandez. So, to go back on the CPAN, and now that I could finally elaborate on it, like I mentioned, I wasn't allowed to speak and to say I had no part in Hooked and Booked. I had no entity, I have no authorization because it is solely a sole prop. What happened in that CPAN is Eileen Chong said, I'm not the owner, I'm not the nothing. I believe respectfully, L.J. Garvey said, you mentioned you are just the husband, so therefore you have no entitle on speaking on behalf of the company. But yet we're pinning Hooked and Book Towing on him how many different occasions? In this letter, Hooked and Booked Juan Fernandez, Hooked and Booked Juan Fernandez, Hooked and Booked Juan Fernandez. Adams County Sheriffs, Adams County Sheriffs, Adams County Sheriffs. Why was Juan Fernandez not allowed to defend himself like he is now in Bulldog recoveries? And I know why. I wasn't asking a question to get an answer. The reasoning was because I'm just the husband. Unless she croaked over that instant, I have no authority. I cannot speak on her or the company's behalf. But once again, 6, 8, 10, 12 times, I would have to count exactly. Once again, Juan Fernandez hooked and booked. Juan Fernandez hooked and booked. Adams County, Adams County, Adams County. So let's talk about the CPAN. The CPAN was issued.
I got to tell you, you don't have to tell me too much about that because, as you mentioned, I was there for it. So you can tell. I mean, like I said, you can't talk about it, but you don't have to get into too big detail.
No, I know. So that's the problem is. So at the time of this CPAN, I had been. So let's say, starting off with the criminal compliance, when I mentioned back in November 12, 2023, Adams County was already apparently investigating Juan Fernandez, and somehow they investigated Hooked and Booked at the same time. We're questioning why they are investigating me and that company, but there was more than that. So, April 2024, Adams County happened to get my school involved, my kid's school. Actually got human service involved and had my kids removed from my custody May 19th, 2025. This CPAN was given June 26th, 2024 by the same county, by the same sheriffs.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, you're muted. I don't think you accidentally muted yourself there, but I can't hear you if you're talking now.
It went off. I think I'm losing connection. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, so I have had incidents where prior to this, they were prior to the CPAN, I was involved with Adams County in many different ways, not just them investigating fraudulent tows and this and that. My kids were removed from my custody, and in the manner, and we don't have to go into all that, but just to put out there, my kids were removed, and some horrific things were done by Adams County sheriffs towards me. So when the CPAN was when the CPAN was produced, and Adams PUC contacted Adams County Sheriff, that was just more fuel to their fire to come after Juan Fernandez. Mind you, Juan Fernandez is not listed in the CPAN front to back, top to bottom, front to anything. Who is? Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Book Towing. But guess what? They don't mention. Juan Fernandez was called on the morning of June 26, 2025 by Adams County Sheriff's Department, harassing him, forcing him to come out from where he was. Where he was at 6265 West 52nd Avenue, Arvada, Colorado. And why that address now is prevalent, because what I did was in 2025. Let me think about so January of 2025, I moved out of Adams County and I rented a space in Arvada, which the address is 6265 West 52nd Avenue. And that was January 2024. Sorry, correct the date. January 2024, I leased the space, 6265 West 52nd Avenue, in attempts to getting away from Adams County. They still pursued me on June 26, 2024 with the CPAN. And that's when I was bringing up, they called me that morning because they had prior contact with me because my children, so they had my phone number, they had where I was at. They said, we need to summons you. And I was concerned on what they already done to me. I actually was such in fear of my life, of what they were doing to me, harassing me, Adams County. Up until this point, I called 911, which would be Jefferson County, Arvada. I told them, Adams County is still harassing me. They've taken my kids. They've taken everything from me. They're outside of my gate. They're talking to neighbors. They have no right to. They blew it off. Adams County left. Later on that day, that's when that video that, and then we're mentioning it clearly because you were at the CPAN. The video that they mentioned. Give me just a second.
Yeah, let's say you need a second there. Should take about 5 minutes.
What they neglected to show on there, my kids were just taken from me wrongfully. They keep harassing me. If I would have known this was a simple CPAN, I would have accepted it 110%. No problem. I had more things to worry about than a simple $17,000 CPAN. They made it seem like it was something to do with my kids. And at the time of the video, they don't show you that they literally blocked me in. I was at 6265 attempting to leave, which I didn't do much. I literally blocked the gate, double chained, and would not leave because I feared Adams County was going to hurt me. And that's sincerely how I felt, 100%. Adams County had targeted me so much. And let's take a step back. Not only that is, my brother took his own life December 31st, 2024, at my mother's house, and I was the one responsible for finding him. Why that's prevalent, why that is important is, guess who investigated, guess who did all this? Adams County, your one and only. What their attempts were doing, I felt was to harm me or for me to harm myself so I wouldn't be a burden to Adams County. And this is from the sheriff's department. It had nothing to do with the PUC or nothing. They come in when they happen to so-called go after me with the CPAN. And I'm telling you, they go after me because you hear the passenger deputy Neil. We served Juan. You clearly in the video state he says Juan. He don't even know Sheena's name. Okay, and then we could get into, oh, he targeted her and this and that. That's pity. The bigger picture is he personally targeted me because he knew me. He didn't know my wife. He knew from prior incidents, not from towing, from my kids being taken, from me getting pulled over, from traffic stops. So him personally targeting me. Deputy Neil, the passenger, had several contacts with me prior to the CPAN. So me being so aggressive and quote unquote saying, this is my fucking business. I never mentioned tow business. I never mentioned any, I didn't, it could have been a nail salon. It could have been an auto repair that the PUC never regulates. There's a lot of industries it could have been that the PUC has no authority or regulation over. But what did Eileen Chong do and she was great at? Did you see the cars? Well, if there's an impound, wouldn't you trying to lay foundation on the video? She said, didn't you see cars in the back? No, they're outside of a gate. So if you're having an impound, wouldn't you have cars inside the gate, not outside? No, that was not an impound. So them pursuing to say and make it seem like, oh, it wasn't. No, that when I said this is my fucking business, is I moved out of Adams County because my kids were taken and because a lot of things I was evicted from my residence. So with all going on, I was so upset during the CPAN because of all the prior things that were currently going on. My kids being taken from me for the first time in my life. I have kids from 9 to 15 in my custody, and them being, what did it do to them? Not only me. Of course, I'm going to be more than distraught. Of course, I'm going to be upset. Anybody who's a parent who has kids and notice. So that's why I was upset up there. It's not against, oh, they make it seem like I hate every cop and he even puts because uniform. No, it's not because no, it's because Adams County purposely went to where I was out of their county and blocked me in. So let me go back to then I kind of sidetracked it, but they blocked me in. So I was in a gold Chevy Impala. I got out of my law. I was turning around. They came in the entrance and parked in the middle and subsequently blocked me in. And we're talking Adams County sheriffs on June 26th who turned on body camera 3 to 5 minutes into the incident. They didn't show you that they literally blocked me in so I couldn't leave just to serve me the summons. And we talk about in here, it says, that we were aggressive and did not, or we refused. There's a lot of talks of we refused to sign. In that video, does the officer show any attempts to let anybody sign it? No, he rolls down his passenger or his driver window, flings it from his vehicle onto the floor. Mind you, Juan
Your
or
Honor,
Sheena are
staff is
not
going
out
to
of the
object
vehicle.
to this testimony as petitioner is trying to litigate this prior case. Service was already properly found in that case, and staff does not believe that it is proper to argue that again in this proceeding.
It's listed in the CPAN. The CPAN is listed. I believe I have rights.
Well, and Mr. Fernandez, what I'll tell you is, again, I saw the video, I know what you're saying, and I've got the point of what you're making here, that at least and if you
So
disagree with me, this is the point that I think you're making, is that like anything that could be thought of as being what they call threatening or belligerent was an effect of what your prior incidents with Adams County, the current case you're having concerning the children, and then anything that could be, it was not anything more than that. And I do understand that. I understand you're trying to argue that.
But the one thing I'm real quick, sorry, just real quick,
Sure.
the only thing I was mentioning that is because they keep saying that I refuse, even in so we're only going off of the denial letter, but in the denial letter, it says multiple times that one issued the CPAN that parties refused to sign. All I'm trying to show is that they were never given. I don't want to. I could go into more detail about the whole CPAN, but no, they did not show any effort into trying. Why do they keep putting that I refuse to sign when no effort was made to sign? They should have physically made an effort for me to sign it, and it would have been signed. They physically threw it out the window, and that there's no effort made. That's all.
Yeah, no, and what I say is actually in that paragraph, and I'm reading through that paragraph right now. It doesn't mention you're not signing it. It just meant services on the body cam showed you to be threatening, belligerent. And again, I think you've explained why if someone came to that conclusion, why it was. But it doesn't say anything about signing it. So that
That
aspect
was
of
the
it,
other one. That's so. That was
so so
the.
so I mean that's all I'll say that way. You don't have to explain.
No,
I
that's
saw the
fine.
video. I saw the video. I know why he didn't sign it too, because I saw what they did. So
I'm trying to literate why.
I understand. I understand, sir. I certainly understand.
And I'm sorry, I'm not a skilled attorney as Eileen Chong is, can come in and review and stop me at anything I'm doing because she's skilled at it and that's what she does. So let
Look,
me answer real quick. I
hang,
said, so I'm
hang on,
putting my
hang on,
part.
hang
I
on, real quickly. She can't stop you from doing anything you do. I can stop you, but she can't. She can ask me to stop you, but realize I'm going to let you talk and say what you want. So go right ahead.
It's just complicated because this is the first time I'm doing this. I'm not a skilled attorney, and
I
there's a
understand.
lot that I'm probably missing. And I wish I could have been represented by some. I just didn't have the funds. I mean, everything that's going on doesn't allow me to.
That's fine.
and
I
and I'm
understand.
doing it the best I can. It's just I need to get my point across to show that how I was wrongfully denied.
I understand that. That's why I'm giving you a lot of leeway to do that. So, and I will continue to do that.
And well, yeah, it just was a threatening and Bajillion. So I covered that, and then we're gonna go on. I guess I'll leave that CPAN alone. There was other things I wanted to discuss, but I believe Eileen is gonna ask to stop me on that.
No, don't say that. What other things did you want to discuss on that? Tell me.
So that during that hearing, Potts pretty much lied
Well,
under
again,
perjury.
and what happened in the hearing is not what that's about. Nothing in that paragraph talks about what happened during the hearing.
No, I know. So
Um, so it's not related. I mean, it's just the concept of the fact that the CPAN was issued is what that paragraph's about. And so that kind of goes a little bit beyond where we need to go. And again, I was there for that hearing, so I'm pretty much aware of what happened in the hearing. I understand the disagreements you had during the hearing and the problems. I mean, I'm pretty good on that hearing. So, and I think this paragraph is just to the fact that the CPAN occurred and not necessarily the incidents of it. So, and you don't need to
that's fine.
relive
We'll
again.
we'll
Yeah.
we'll figure that out another day then, I guess.
Okay.
Um, on September 8th, you were named as an involved person in the report completed by once again Adams County Sheriff's Office, case number 11CN 240-12620. In this report, it states that there was a felony menacing that took place over a vehicle that was towed from a bar parking lot and that weapons were involved. This report noted that you were ordered by deputies several times to exit your tow truck, but you refused by comply. You refused to comply. You were subsequently taken into custody pending on an investigation. Again, victim refused to pursue criminal charges. So the part I'm not going to understand is how do I lay any foundation on there if the person who reported this is not here to cross-examine or to mention anything? And I'm gonna assume that I'm just gonna have to say on September 8th I was not arrested. So it says subsequently taken into custody, and let's go on a couple things. Custody, what I best to my knowledge is I was arrested and taken and booked. Because into custody, that's what I would reference that as. It doesn't say was detained and released. But actually, that was the fact. I was detained on scene. Nothing happened. No charges were able to be filed. Nothing criminal happened. So therefore, I was released on scene. So I believe when whoever put in my denial letter deputies several times to exit tow truck but refused to comply. You were subsequently taken into custody. Well, I'm calling refused to comply and taken into custody, prejudice and bias, and a regular practice of the PUC.
Hey,
Ordinary
hey,
course of
hey, Mr. Fernandez, I will point out one thing that you're lucky that I'm your judge. The one thing I'll say is I know that the case number there, that's an arrest number, and it's not a criminal case that was brought against you. I've experience with criminal law. So I understand that. I totally understand that concept. That it was a case not filed. Case wasn't filed in either of the two incidents. So go ahead. You can go ahead. Oh, are you gone? He's gone. Oops. No, you get a little break, Harriet.
Yeah.
Casey's trying to email him. It has been a couple minutes here. In case he's continuing on without this.
Yes, I just sent him an email.
Okay.
Just so everyone's aware, he sent me an email back saying he's trying to reconnect and just give him a minute to do so.
Okay, thanks.
I'll let him know we're waiting for him.
Okay.
Um, he just emailed me and said it's not letting him sign back in. It's saying it's invalid. Um, I might email him or I'm going to send him another email with just one number and the information in case he's logging into the wrong place, but just giving you a heads up.
Is he trying to use his phone or is he trying to?
I think he's trying to use his phone. Well, he says it's not allowing me to re-sign in via Zoom or phone call. It says invalid. So I'm going to just send him one phone number and Zoom passcode just in case he's clicking the wrong buttons and see if that works. Oh, hang on. He just emailed me again. He says all 3 ways login says invalid. He's asking for the meeting ID and passcode. So I'll resend it and a phone number and see if that helps.
Okay, thanks.
I think we found the problem. I think he was using an old Zoom info for the passcode. So I just sent him this one. Hopefully he'll be joining us soon.
All right, thank you, Casey. Thanks for getting the phone. Hopefully, guess I shouldn't thank you yet.
Maybe take an early lunch break. Not sure if you can get back on.
Check. Mic check.
All right, Mr. Fernandez, there you are.
Oh. Wow, that was, so it kicked me off and it kept saying it wouldn't let me log back in. And so now I'm unable to see you, but I'm back online.
Listen, you got to see me all morning. I'm nothing to look at, you know that. But, all right.
If they have any exhibits or anything, but I'll figure it out. Or I have the Zoom, I it would just logged me out and wouldn't let me log back in, so.
Well, my bet is that we probably won't get to their case till after a lunch break. So hopefully we can work on something in between them.
Okay.
So, but we'll let you start back up. I don't know how much you heard. We'll go back on the record here. I think you were on the 23rd of September talking about that.
And I know you were going to stop me, and I guess because I'm just giving my statement, I'm unable to, and maybe I'm sounding like the Lord when I say the order, and I think you were going to stop me from saying that, and I will until they want to bring their witnesses, and I could properly use it, but that's fine.
No, I wasn't going to stop you. What I was going to, I don't know where you cut off, but I was just telling you, I'm really familiar with criminal law. And so I understand the fact that these cases weren't filed. And I understand exactly what that number, the case number that they have down there means and so forth like that. So you didn't have to explain that. No, that's all I was saying.
No problems. It's just for me to I had it kind of aligned just to kind of go, but no problem. I'll do my best once again. So we're going to September 23rd. On September 23rd, 2024, you were named as a suspect in a report completed by none other than Adams County Sheriff's Office. There's a case number. In this report, it states that you were driving a white Ford F-250 bearing Colorado license plate DZAR95. The tow truck displayed towing carrier permit P05577. The permit associated with Call of Duty recycling, which had been suspended since August 5th, 2024.
Mr. Fernandez, hang on 1 second. Yeah, Harry. Oh, I thought that's Harry. Okay, go ahead.
The address associated with this towing carrier permit was 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado, 81082, and the CEO of the towing carrier was Jeremy Chavez. This report noted that the license plate was canceled, invalid, and there was no proof of insurance. After becoming verbally abusive and threatening to the deputies, you were subsequently arrested for obstructing a peace officer. It should also be noted that a loaded 40mm Smith & Wesson firearm was found in the center console of the vehicle and was confiscated. Based on the aforementioned arrest, there is an active case in Adams County Court, case number, which includes misdemeanor criminal and traffic charges. This matter is currently pending and an arraignment is scheduled for November 18, 2024. Okay, just to lay some foundation, once again, they are accusing me of some unlawful activities, including driving a vehicle with expired, invalid plates, no proof of insurance, having a loaded 40mm weapon in the center console, because that's where it wasn't on my person, and that based on the affirmative arrest, once again, there is an active case. So a case did come out of this one and was subsequently dropped. No plea bargain, none of the charges were dropped 100% in its entirety. Furthermore, the one who claimed to have arrested me or who detained me, gave me a ticket and let me go, was none other than the same one who handed me the C-PAN back in June 2024. The Brandon McNeil passenger, the same one who handed me that C-PAN, handed me other issues prior to that, also claimed to have arrested me. And that date was again September 23rd, 2024. So what that shows is a pattern of the same person. Ever since he took my kids, ever since he gave my wife the C-PAN, it seems like this same Brandon McNeil or Neil has been targeting me on several occasions. While the charges for misdemeanor criminal traffic were dropped in its entirety, I showed proof of insurance, I showed registration, and The obstructing was thrown out because it was bogus, and I let them know that, and they know that he was targeting me. So what that shows is the same person, Adams County, over and over and over and over again. No charges came about that case in November. It's already been concluded, dropped. We go on. There is also another pending criminal case in Adams County Court District, or County District Court, 24 CR 1507, which includes 4 charges of kidnapping and violation of custody court order, F5, from an offense that occurred on May 16th, 2024. An arraignment is scheduled for November 27, 2024. That right there in their own statement put some foundation on. I had an incident that had nothing to do with PUC that was involving Adams County and happened on May 16th, and that they keep pursuing. But guess what? The charges are not for kidnapping. It's a violation of a custody court order, and yeah, the law may interpret it, may this and that, but it's technically not kidnapping. So for the PUC to put on my denial letter 4 charges of kidnapping, well, we're talking about my own kids, and we're talking about me and my wife being together and sure not being charged. If I kidnapped my own kids, so did my wife, because she was with me the entire time that they claimed this happened. Subsequently, this concluded the 4 kidnapping charges were dismissed. And there's no pending felony, nothing. Furthermore, I do believe it is in the PUC's code or laws that they're able to revoke or deny or suspend a permit at any time. So if they were really concerned about these 4 supposedly kidnapping charges, and if I would be a convicted felon, well, this frankly has almost been a year. We're coming about a year now, and I've still been denied. I'm still being denied something I paid for, something I was wrongfully denied for. So to have that for a whole year and include charges that were dropped, all the charges that they over criminal. We're going to go over criminal compliance. Adams County Sheriffs, Adams County Sheriff, Adams County Sheriff, Adams County Sheriff, Adams County Sheriff, Adams County Sheriffs, Adams County Sheriffs, and there's still another one of Adams County Sheriff. So how many times did Adams County Sheriffs and Adams County Sheriffs alone get the perception I've been arrested a bunch of times, that I'm a criminal? I haven't been arrested on none of those occasions that they said I was arrested on. I might have been detained. I might have been handcuffed over tightly. I might have been thrown back in a cop car for more than an hour. Well, they did so-called a poorly investigation, but every time that they mentioned I was arrested, I was released on scene and or given a ticket. All those charges, all those tickets have been dropped, dismissed, closed in its entirety. From the petty traffic, from the resisting arrest, from the police officer obstructing, from the no insurance, from the canceled plates, to the 4 felony, have all been dismissed. You take that out of the denial, what are they denying me for? False address? I already showed that I know the people at both addresses. I have no other criminal charges. I personally, Juan Fernandez, have never been issued a CPAN. I have never been cited for any towing infractions. I don't see how Adams County Sheriff's Department, Colorado Public Utilities Commission, can act in such a prejudiced, biased way unless it's their ordinary course of regularly conducted business. And that's the only thing that would explain it, because that is 100% biased, untrue. And if you take Adams County out of this whole denial, they really don't have nothing to deny me for. It's all, once again, Adams County, and I don't understand how somebody can, either Adams County is lying to the PUC while they're getting the information and saying he got arrested, but I believe on their exhibits, it clearly shows where Mr. Neal stated that I was detained, but never arrested. So I'm wondering why the PUC prejudiciously mentioned that I was arrested on several occasions in my denial letter, unless it makes them look good on why the reason they denied me, why they added several hooked and book towing companies, but didn't allow me to represent the company at the CPAN. That alone is bias in itself. I'm responsible for all the doings Hooked and Book does, but I've never registered that company. I'm not the sole prop. I have no history, not to mention the negligence of them sitting on their behind and not properly going and checking once again. Why don't they? This all could have been avoided. So I'm going to do a little nice recap on what they denied me on.
Okay, make it a quick recap. I got everything, so I mean, you don't have to belabor it. But I want to try and get to lunch.
No, yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, 1 second. I was getting my stuff from. I don't have the liberty to be sitting at a nice office and air conditioning and getting paid high dollars. But so let's say, so just a simple recap because we got to make it quick. Take permit history out and only leave Fernandez towing, which I'm rightfully responsible for. They were only denied for insurance, or they were only canceled for insurance, never issued nothing. So let's take out all the permit history except for Juan Fernandez and Fernandez towing. That is no reason to deny somebody. Because he's married to Sheena Fernandez, who was also Sheena Fisher, that's no reason to deny. There's no reason to deny somebody because you believe their address is fraudulent when you did a poor investigation on checking the address. There's no reason to deny somebody because you also sat on your behind and called another county to try to find out if they knew about somebody. There's no reason to tell who can live at somebody's address just by looking it up and showing there's no relevance. There's no reason to deny somebody of a criminal history when they frankly don't have a criminal history. Every one of these was not filed, was not charged, and somebody who has experience in law would know that's for a reason. If somebody menaced, if somebody aggravated Robert something, they either plea bargain or do something. They just don't let a person walk over and over and over and over and over. Because that's what it seems like Adams County has done. They targeted me so much and dying to arrest me, but then I have no charges that they convict me on. I have nothing other than me having Fernandez towing one time and being denied on Bulldog recovery. And then to conclude, it says, due to your unlawful behavior and wanton and willful disregard of authority figures, including uniformed law enforcement, as well as reference charges, including felony level offenses and other issues that were directly attributed to your towing carrier operation, staff has determined it is not in the public interest for the underlying tow carrier to be granted. You have the right to appeal, which I did, and here we are about 10, 11 months since I've applied. Once again, I did apply and pay for a service that I have been wrongfully denied once again because the permit fees, the stamp fee, the state secretary fee that I paid, that I pretty much missed out on. If I haven't been able to legally operate, I haven't. And if they believe I'm such a criminal and such disregard to law enforcement and such disregard to the Public Utilities Commission, why wouldn't I be towing right now? Why wouldn't I be towing the last 6 months? Why wouldn't I be towing last year? Why wouldn't I have a bunch of CPANs? Why haven't I ever been cited? Why has Adams County, frankly, got no more on me. Because why? I moved out of their city, I moved out of their county, where I was physically, criminally chased from. Yeah, I resided in there, but that was my mistake. Residing in Adams County and standing up for my rights, my due process. Nobody's above the law, and clearly, Adams County Sheriffs and the Colorado Public Utilities Commission believe they are, because they have their Public Utilities Commission has 2 hearing rooms, and I don't know from since how long, but they have them on Zooms. How many mishaps have I had? How many connections, reconnections? No video. How complicated is these virtual hearings when I think should allow you to be in front of a person, examining, cross-examining, in front of a judge, in front of a administrative law judge.
Hey, Mr. Benitez, you're going way off from where you need to right now. You're in front of a judge, you're talking to me now, you're doing that. If we do like
why is it so complicated? How many times did I need to point across? Why isn't it in a setting where I could show my evidence? All I got to go off of is a pure denial that like it's one-sided here. It's almost like this is very unfair. The whole thing. How am I supposed to rightfully get this overturned if, for one, I've had how many bad connections? I wasn't able to admit any evidence, and all I could go off of my testimony, and what is that? I mean,
hey, Mr. Fernandez, I'll just tell you a couple things real quickly. One, we do almost every single hearing at the commission this way.
for how long though?
For how long? I mean, I have not done an in-person hearing since 2019. I will do one.
So
I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Second off, if you're having technical problems, I can't help you. It's kind of on your end to do that, to try and make sure you get that together. And if there's we try really hard to do this as best we can. I don't think it's denying you any rights. You had an opportunity to file exhibits if you wanted to. I think you've gone over everything real well. I'm not sure what you could add to it other than denying what's been there. So I think you've been able to do that. So
it's just frustrating. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not used to none of it, and it's just very, very, very frustrating. I can't say it more. Like it's.
I understand. I understand it's frustrating, and it's something you don't normally do. And honestly, that's why I've given you a lot of leeway, and I've let you say what you want to say. I always feel when I have someone who is not an attorney, that the most important thing is that they, at the end of a hearing, feel they've had the opportunity to say everything they want me to know. And I certainly have tried to do that with you. And we're not done yet either by any stretch. So there's still more to do. But I'm going to, I'll ask you real quickly, unless there's something else you want to add, are you done testifying now? Again, I don't want to hear how the PUC should be in person. That's not going to get you to win your case or overturn it. It's kind of a separate factor. But is there anything else you want to tell me?
No, I just wanted to reiterate how it's complicated. But no, we're done. We're done on that.
No. And like I say, if you recall when I told how the procedure goes, you'll have an opportunity to say stuff again. Ms. Chong, I'm guessing since I'm seeing your face and not Ms. Hayden, you're going to be doing the cross-examination.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
How long do you think you're going to be on the cross?
Your Honor, I don't believe that it'll be more than 15 minutes.
Okay. We had that little small break there. Why don't we start with your cross-examination, and depending on how long that goes, I might ask questions. I don't think I've got a whole lot. And then we'll have lunch after that. So, Ms. Chong, you go ahead. Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Chong is going to ask you some questions now, all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fernandez, just a couple questions for you. And again, this is Aileen Chong. I'm an Assistant Attorney General representing trial staff in this proceeding. Mr. Fernandez, you testified that Sheena Fernandez is your wife, correct?
Yeah, since 2017.
Okay. And that your wife is an owner and sole proprietor of Hooked and Booked at various points as outlined in the denial letter?
Yeah, I believe so.
And today you've testified under oath that you have nothing to do with Hooked and Booked.
Correct?
That you had no involvement with Hooked and Booked? So is it your testimony today that your wife conducts all towing operations by herself for Hooked and Booked?
I couldn't elaborate on that. She can have other people. She can have employees. She can have, so I'm not sure. I can't speak on that part. You would have to ask her that specific question.
And Your Honor, I'm realizing now that Mr. Fernandez is on phone. I did intend to impeach him with extrinsic evidence that I would like him to see. I don't know if we'd like to take a break for him to try to figure out how to get on video or not.
We can do that. We can take a break. We can take a break until 1 o'clock, and as you can see, we're going to take one anyway. So, do you think you'd
So
be able
just
to?
a quick heads up, I even screenshotted. I screenshotted and sent over when I attempted to log in via Zoom so I could see, and it says it's invalid. That's the number I was given, and I copied it from there. So nothing else I can do is going to allow me to unless we start another meeting or there's something else you can do, which I imagine Eileen or somebody can very much have the knowledge of that. It's beyond my capability. I'm saying.
Your Honor, staff can email that exhibit to Mr. Fernandez during a break if that is the best way to proceed.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
I got an email
Okay.
just fine, so.
Yeah, if you can email anything you think you're going to have to him, you should have copies of any exhibits that staff plans on using in their case in chief. That should have gotten to you already. But if not, if you should resend those too.
I'm on the same phone, but I would be able to access it, or I should have access.
You should have access? Okay, all right. Why don't we do that? If you could email that to him, we'll take our lunch break now and come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Great, sounds good.
You
Thank you,
said
Your
at
Honor.
at 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yeah. Okay,
All right.
so, all right. Thanks, Mr.
We'll
Fernandez.
take a break for that.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1. All right, Harry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. I think we're missing Mr. Oh, there you are. Okay. Good to see you, Mr. Fernandez. Are you there for us?
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Are you on a computer? Can you give a
Yeah,
camera?
I'm on. Yep.
Okay. Well, turn on the camera if you can too. That'd be great. Only fair, I get to look at you. If you can't, don't worry about it. Last thing I want you to do is screw it all up. So we can't hear, so you can't hear or we can't hear you.
Yeah, if you can hear me good, I would say I'd request to leave it at that just so I can finish out and not have no interruptions. I've been
All right.
testing the best, and this is how I got it. It's back
Okay.
on the Zoom, but it's the best connection I believe I have that
I
it will
just-
proceed forward.
Yeah, you sound the best you've sounded all day. So, can you see us?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. Let's go back on the record then with proceeding 24M-0556TO. And Ms. Chung, you are starting your cross-examination. And Mr. Fernandez, I'll remind you that you are still under oath. Ms. Chung, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon.
So before the break, you testified that you have nothing to do with Hooked and Booked, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that your wife is the owner and sole proprietor of Hooked and Booked?
Correct.
Okay.
The one she filed in her name.
Sure. And it was your testimony today that your wife conducts all towing operations by herself?
No, I did not say that. She and whoever she conducts, but I'm not part of it, is
Okay.
what I can answer to. So I can't say that she does it by herself or with 30 other people. What I know is I'm not a part of the day-to-day.
Okay. So it's your testimony today that you have no involvement with Hooked and Booked.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that Hooked and Booked went to hearing on October 10th, 2024, correct?
Is that the hearing that I was not allowed to testify against because I didn't have any entity to it or any?
Correct. The hearing that you had attempted to participate in, but were not ultimately allowed to do so in a formal way.
Yeah, and just for
By who?
clarification purposes, I don't think you were able to represent the company. Your wife had to represent it. You were allowed to testify if you wanted to.
Yeah, okay, I apologize. Not to testify, but to represent the company itself. That's what, yep.
Okay. And you know that Hooked and Booked then was issued a CPAN in that proceeding?
Yes, I was on the
And there
video,
was,
so yeah.
yep, and there was a little bit of conversation that you had with on your direct about the service of that CPAN and how you were drop served with it.
Correct. It was thrown out the window.
Okay. And you had mentioned in your direct testimony a typo issue in the Hooked and Booked hearing that you took issue with.
That was one of the reasons, yeah.
Okay.
Or that
And
was a good.
And I don't want to cut you off. Were you done?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And that was the same argument that you put up in the Hooked and Booked hearing.
I didn't put it up. I wasn't allowed to, if you don't recall.
Okay. And you're aware of the exhibits in that hearing?
I I believe so. I'm not offhand. I wasn't at the exact hearing to. So yeah, sure. I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with the invoice that was at issue in that case?
I believe it was brought to my attention or I've seen it one way or another.
Sure. And you referenced it today, didn't you, in your direct?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And there were some discrepancies in the testimony, alleged discrepancies in the testimony that Investigator Potts gave that you took issue with regards to the invoice, correct?
The invoice, but also his testimony against me and me being a company and applying for a PUC. That's why I wanted to bring that up. Is he mentioned Juan Fernandez and applying for a PUC application. So therefore, that's what I wanted to bring up. But then you stopped me and said that was closed out, and I can't be mentioning factors or what was found and not found on that case,
Okay.
as I recall.
Okay. And again, you said that you are not involved in the hooked and booked towing business in any capacity.
I've stated that before.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, for impeachment purposes, staff would like to pull up an exhibit from our box. It's labeled as Hearing Exhibit 105. This is the invoice from the previous hooked and booked proceeding. We won't be entering it in as an exhibit, just presenting it here as extrinsic evidence for impeachment purposes.
Okay.
Is she allowed to she didn't receive that actual paper? Mr. Potts did?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand your question, sir. She's bringing
So
this up,
it's-
well, let me just explain real quickly. She's bringing us up for impeachment to say that what you say is not consistent with this here. It's only used for that. It's not being used for any evidence other than to show that, what you said earlier, that there's something that contradicts it.
But I wouldn't be able to cross-examine nothing on here because she has nothing aware of this paper, correct? Wouldn't it be Mr. Potts that I would be able to ask questions about this receipt because she's bringing it up and actually
Well,
trying to
Well,
show
she's
it?
not, well, and I don't want to say what she's going to show out of this, but I got a feeling I know. It's not anything actually to do with this receipt. All it has to do with is the fact, I believe, that she's going to attempt to show this as you having some uh, affiliation or having worked or done something with hooked and book towing. Not
Well,
anything that's all it's being used for. You've testified that you had nothing to do with it. I believe, will be trying to show this to show that you did.
That's
So,
fine. Well, I'll let her proceed. That's fine. I wasn't sure of the legality on that if she
yeah,
didn't receive
no,
it.
no,
She's just a prosecutor on that case that heard this evidence on that.
yeah, like I say, it's just this doesn't have this invoice doesn't have anything to do with um, this case, really. It's the only purpose for this case is to impeach her, to show that perhaps there's an inconsistency when you
Yep, no, that's
testified
fine.
that. Okay,
Well, we could proceed.
okay, go ahead, Ms. Strong.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Fernandez, are you seeing what's being shared on the screen?
Yes, it looks like the evidence from hearing exhibit 1-5 on proceeding number 24G0297T0, Sheena
Great.
Fernandez.
And if we could please zoom in on the top half of this document. Thank you. And Mr. Fernandez, you see that this says hooked and booked towing.
Yes.
And 2 lines below that, that's your name at the top, correct?
That's a name.
Okay. And that is a phone number that's known to you, correct?
That's part of my wife's number.
Okay. And under the section that says driver, that's your name as well, isn't it?
That's a name.
Okay. And we can pull this exhibit down. And Mr. Fernandez, today under oath, you testified that you manage all the bookings for Hooked and Booked, didn't you?
I said I manage all the bookings?
Correct.
No. No, I never said that.
Okay, so if we looked back at the testimony in this proceeding, we would see that you did not say under oath that you manage all the bookings for Hooked and Booked.
No, I did not say that. That's has to be clearly misunderstanding.
Okay. And following up, and so you do not handle the bookings for Hooked and Booked in any capacity?
No, what is the bookings? What are you referencing to the bookings?
Mr. Fernandez, is it your testimony that you don't have any involvement with Hooked and Booked?
Yes, my question is, you're referencing? Do I do the bookings for Hooked and Booked? What bookings could be like finances and booking? That what is bookings to you? What request? Can you elaborate a little more on your question? Because it's being a little vague, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if your testimony today, Mr. Fernandez, is that you do not have any involvement with Hooked and Booked, I believe the answer to this question would be no. So we can move on, that you do not handle any sort of operations for Hooked and Booked, and that's your testimony today.
That is correct.
Okay. And following up on your testimony of Fernandez Towing that you discussed, you testified that Fernandez Towing's permit was only revoked for having failed to have insurance on file with the PUC, correct?
Correct. After about 6 or 7 months, I don't have exact time frame, but yeah,
Sure, and that was revoked in 2022?
I don't have the year offhand. I'd have to look in some notes, or I wouldn't be able just to guess.
Okay, and I can go ahead and refresh your memory. You don't remember that at this point of when that was revoked, correct?
I need a few seconds to look at my application, which I have in front of me in the file.
And I can pull this up for you. Your Honor, at this time, could staff please pull up, if I could just have one moment. Hearing Exhibit 201. And not admitting this into evidence at this point, we're just using it to refresh Mr. Fernandez's memory.
Fine.
I'm picking up the public version. Is that all right?
Yes, thank you.
And are we going to be able to go back to these on cross?
Cross of, this is cross right now that we're doing.
So how can I? So do I need to stop her and go back off of the ticket? There's things I need to go and cross-examine her on, or examine her, however the proper term. She just laid some stuff out, and I don't get to figure out how.
Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to get to.
If you allow me to, I will show you.
Well, it's right now you're getting cross-examined, so you're gonna have time to redirect. And when you do a redirect, then we'll see what you're trying to do and if you can do it. How's that?
Okay. All right, that's fine. That's fair.
Okay.
And I apologize, I meant Hearing Exhibit 200. This is the denial letter that we've been discussing.
And I apologize if you can hear my dog in the back barking. He likes to bark.
Same here. I got a family of Bulldogs, so we go.
Thank you. And if we could please scroll
Second
down.
page.
And I think you know where we're going, Mr. Fernandez.
May 19, 2022, you were issued a new towing carrier permit?
Correct. So 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. So to repeat my question, the permit for Fernandez Towing was revoked in 2022, correct?
December 23rd of 2022.
Okay. So it was not operational in 2024.
No.
Okay. And there was never any overlap between Fernandez Towing and Hooked and Book Towing, correct?
What do you mean overlap?
Overlap of these towing carriers being active at the same time.
I'd have to go through each one and see. That would
Okay.
be something that's on there.
Okay. And if I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And just one more topic for you, Mr. Fernandez. You had a discussion during direct testimony with regards to law enforcement contacts, correct?
Sure. Or yes.
And none of those, as you testified, resulted in actual convictions. Correct?
I'm going over. There's quite a few. So can I get a minute to go over each one to verify that?
Sure. And could we take down this exhibit?
Well, actually, I tell you what, if you're talking about the ones that he mentioned, Casey, just take down, we'll go down a little further because it's going to list all the.
Oh, that's right.
It's going to list all the stuff real quickly. You can look on the screen here and see it. Let's go down a little further there. There. That's now stop on that first, that page, top of, yeah, that page there. There we go. And I think there's going to be one more on the next page. So take a look at that, Mr. Fernandez. And the question was, Ms. Chong, he had no convictions. I don't think he said that, but
Can she
I
repeat
can
that question while I
rephrase.
take a look?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fernandez, what was that?
I asked her if she could repeat the question while I'm looking
Yeah.
at this county so I can answer it properly.
Sure, that'd be
Sure.
great.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, you testified in direct that there were a number of law enforcement contacts that did not result in convictions, correct?
Yeah, as far as this first page.
Okay. And the only conviction that actually occurred based off of that contact was in 24 CR 1507. This was the kidnapping and the violation of protection order case.
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified in direct that you are frequently stopped and questioned and investigated by Adams County, correct?
It's the records, the denial letter shows it.
Okay. And all these instances take place in Adams County?
I would hope so. If not, they're out of their jurisdiction.
That's where
But
you were
yeah,
living at the, I'm sorry.
no, not necessarily. I was not living at the whole time. No.
Okay. And there was a time that you did live in Adams County.
Yeah, there's a time I did live in Adams County.
Okay.
There's a lot of times I didn't though.
Okay. And you conducted towing business in Adams County as well.
That's so let me just recheck my documents. So Fernandez Towing T05347 was I resided at 3394 West 66th Avenue, Unit 3, Denver 80221. When I applied there, that is Adams County, unincorporated Adams County. So your question would be, did I live in Adams County at some point? Yes. Did I live there the whole time? No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So, Mr. Fernandez, you agree with what's written in the denial in terms of the fact that there were a number of law enforcement contacts that did not ultimately result in a conviction.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of incidents, and so it says in there I was arrested and this and that. They're saying that, and it's not. That's not correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. No further questions from staff.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, I just got a couple questions.
I also got some too, if I could. But go ahead.
Well, now your time to questions will come later for you, but hang on. First thing I want to ask you, on the 29th of October, if you recall, I asked you if you sent that email, if it came before or after the denial letter. And you told me that your email was before the denial letter. And I'm just curious, the way you read it to me, it sounded you were quite angry with that. And I was just curious why you were so angry with that at that point before you got the denial letter.
So I don't know that I showed any frustration or anger by reading an email,
But
but
it's not that you showed it when you were reading the email. It's the email itself seemed to be angry or aggressive at that point. I'm just curious about that.
So well, I would have to look at my notes. So at that point in time when it was sent, probably could have been 47 days after I applied, and so many days after I was told I need to send driver's license and registration so they could complete the application process. I was never told we're still investigating. If they're saying we're criminal investigating you, take a day, take a month, take a year, take as long as you need. There's no time frame on that, and there's no way I could physically get frustrated at that. If you're investigating me, investigate all you want, but don't in an email prior to 2 weeks from before I sent that or 3 weeks prior to that say we're almost done with your application. I would have to go back to I would like to quote it word for word on there since we're bringing it up. 1 second. So since we referenced this, let's go back to Tuesday, October 8th, 2024 at 2:57 p.m. From Tony. Mr. Fernandez, please provide me with a copy of your Colorado driver's license so I can complete your application process.
Mhm.
Please scan your driver's license and then email it to me at this address. Also, please provide a copy of your vehicle registration document of the tow truck you will be using for your business. We would also like to know what area and state you are working and addresses of your office and storage yard. We wish the best with Bulldogs recovery. Thank you, Tony. So if I was frustrated 30 days after that, it's because I was told on October 8th, 2024, that physically we need a copy of your driver's license to complete your application process. If I was told we're criminally investigating you, take all the time you want, and I would never replied again until they contacted me. When he puts on here Tuesday, October 8th, please, Mr. Fernandez, please provide me with a copy of your driver's license. And what I did is I sent him and I confirmed that. So at that point, I think my completion is complete.
Well,
And I still,
there's a process.
hello, like, and that there is a process, that's fine, but you don't have to be that's prejudiceness lying, because he says we need your driver's license and your registration to complete the application process.
Well, Mr. Fernandez, I'll just ask you real quickly. Couldn't it be possible that there's more than one or two things that are needed in the process? They don't need, he needs your driver's license.
To complete.
Well, hang on. So let me finish the question. But don't you think you need your driver's license and also at the same time be doing a criminal background check?
No, I believe
he didn't say he did. The email you referenced does not say the only thing I need from you is this, and then you will definitely 100% for sure.
No, but what is the question I asked him? So we got to go back to the question prior to that.
Mr. Fernandez, what I'm asking you, one thing I just don't quite understand is you had, you're referencing an email from the 8th of October. There's a bunch of emails that you referenced in between that. And there's no animosity that you referenced either way from either the PUC or yourself. But then on the 29th, it seemed that you sent an email prior to getting the letter saying that you couldn't.
That I'm gonna seek legal counsel.
No, that I don't know what, I forget what it said, but it just seemed very aggressive to me. And I just didn't understand why that was so aggressive at that point when it had been cordial. And you're talking about a 2-3 week period in between there. It's not 6 months.
Well, it was a 47-day full process of how I got applied to when I got denied. So, if I was being investigated, I have no problem with that. I wasn't rushing him. I wasn't hostile. I wasn't prejudiced. I was asking a whole time, where are we at the process? Because meantime, I have to pay for insurance. I have expenses. I have things and I cannot operate. How am I still supposed to sustain a company when I'm being fraudulently or prejudicedly investigated for stuff that isn't correct? And then you ask, why was I aggressive on an email? And only one at the end? Like, I don't understand that question, honestly.
Well, do you think they don't have the right to investigate?
No, they do have the right to investigate. So that's all they had to be clear and say, we're investigating you for fraudulent activity. And I would have never responded until they reached out to me. He didn't say that. He acted like, oh, it's all in the works. So the best of luck to you and Bulldog Recovery. Bulldog Recovery isn't a company, and you don't need to give a praise to them until we get a permit. They're just a name. It ain't a company. I applied and I paid for.
Yeah, but it seemed, I mean, you're giving me a response that makes me think that you don't think they have the right to investigate that, or that they have to say to you, we're investigating you in that first email. And by not saying that in that email, that in some way has put you in a bad spot. And I don't understand why it would. Okay. Second question I have here is, there's a gentleman named Willie Taylor. Do you know Mr. Taylor?
So he was a neighbor.
You have no other relationship with Mr. Taylor? You don't, I mean.
No, I only met him. He lived in number 4. And when I moved into number 3, so that's the only, I've never met him elsewhere. I've never nothing. He was a neighbor after either one of us moved in. So one of us was there first. The second one moved in and we acquainted. That's how I acquainted from him. I've never knew him. I don't know nobody related to him. No, I have no affiliation with Willie Taylor besides we lived in the same complex.
Okay. So you lived in the same complex and you were next door to each other, but he's not a friend of yours?
Not per se. No, I
Okay.
believe he's
And
a
so,
registered sex offender, so I don't
okay,
associate too well with. We
good.
have kids, so
Yeah, no, that's good. So
the felon is a
if I,
convicted felon.
if I'm to believe you then, so this person who just happened to be a neighbor, who you have no relationship with, he's not a friend of yours, not anything. Your wife on April 13th, 2021, registered a towing company named Hooked and Book Towing. And just by a coincidence, a mere 5 months later, this guy who just happens to live next door to you, who you have no contact with, registers another towing company with the exact same name. Is that correct?
So you asked if I had any
Well,
relationship with them, and I don't.
but I'm just saying,
So
so out of the blue, without you knowing this guy, having no relationship other than he lives next door to you, within 5 months, both your wife and he both register a towing company with the exact same name. Is that correct?
so what I'm trying to say is my wife and his wife, which I believe he's married, could have been acquaintances or friends or something. You asked if I am friends or I knew him prior. No. How do we not know my wife knew them prior? My
Well,
wife's, it's my wife's company. Did they show that my wife and his wife do they even know his wife? Like all they have is Willie Taylor. Do they know anything more than that besides Willie Taylor?
the question is, I'm not asking what about them. I'm asking you, sir. You're the one who told me you don't know who the hell he is. But your wife might. You're saying now your wife might know.
I'm clouding it up. I'm telling you that it could be a possibility. How do we know for sure? You're asking me, not my wife. So if she was here testifying, then you can ask her, Miss Fernandez, do you know Willie Taylor or so and so his wife? And she could say, yeah,
Well,
I sold my company to them. I
I,
don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, that's another reason why it's just pushing something on me that's not correct. How are you
okay.
forcing me to know them? I don't understand that.
I'm not forcing you to know anybody.
I'm only testifying to what I know, not my wife or anybody else. Like I said, we're neighbors, so my wife could very well have known them, right? Why didn't you ask that? And maybe I can ask her or we can see. Was
Well,
I ever asked, does your wife know Willie Taylor or his wife?
because you can't testify for your wife here. So we
Okay,
can't, your
that's
wife
what.
isn't testifying. The
So
question,
there's a possibility that my wife can know Willie Taylor or his spouse.
all righty.
As
Okay.
simple as that. Yes or no?
Okay. That's all I'm trying to figure out, sir. Okay. It's not a trick. It's not
Oh,
anything like that.
it's another way of trying to push me around.
I'm not trying to push you around. You said you don't know who Mr. Taylor is. And if you tell me
You
you don't know
you
who
almost laughed like if it
Mr.
was a joke.
Mr. Fernandez, here's the way it works. When I am talking, you are not talking. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So you can talk all you want when I'm not talking, but when I'm talking, don't. I have a court reporter that has to take things down, and it won't work if we're both talking at the same time. Like I said, all I was trying to figure out is you told me you don't know who Mr. Willie Taylor is, and it just seemed odd to me that this happened. Companies came up at the same time. I'll take what I can from that. I'm not trying to push you or tell you anything that's happening. I'm just trying to make kind of some sense out of this. All right. I have another question for you. You have the one incident where you got stopped and the firearm was confiscated, I believe. Were you able to get that firearm back?
So I was allowed to, but I refused to pick it up. I had them compensate, or I had them dispose of it. I was
Okay.
allowed to. Yes, it was released to me.
Okay.
But can I say something on that? When it was taken, it was said, "Oh, just for inventory purposes," and I was told on his body cam I could get it the next morning. The next
Okay.
morning they put a hold on it, but it was released, and I had them dispose of it because they can damage $500 worth of my property, no problem.
Okay. That's fine.
Wrongful stop, wrongful seizure.
Okay. And as far as I can tell, you do not have any felony convictions, correct?
Can I answer one more thing? So, other thing, they said it was loaded. It might have been bullets in the magazine, but there was not one in the chamber. To me, loaded gun would be one in the chamber, not 9 in the magazine. 9 in the magazine says that you have to load it and do a lot of more things before anything were to go off.
Okay.
But that's their one side, and that's what Adams County presented. So,
Okay. Okay. That's fine. And like I said, you have no felony convictions that I know of.
nope,
Okay. And
never have.
are you living in Trinidad now, or
So that's a little cloudy. Is not necessarily. I have access to them, and I'm not in Adams County. That's all I could say. I'm as far away from Adams County as I can. This intended PUC was for Trinidad. I've already started to like contact and try to get contracts and try to get business out there, but I have not operated. I have done nothing until this PUC gets resolved. So my intentions are to be out in Trinidad and as far away from Adams County, whether I get this permit or not. But this permit is stopping me from working, and I'm not operating without a rightful permit. So that's
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all I got. If there's anything, and Mr. Fernandez, this is your opportunity to do what we call.
yes. I would
read
like to pull up the invoice for just reference purposes, as Ms. Chong did and was allowed to.
Okay. Go ahead. Casey, can you get that up?
That was 105, right?
The one or something.
The one from the other case, right?
Yeah. Going from the other case. Yeah, let's go.
Perfect. Just making sure I'm pulling up the right thing.
Okay, sir.
If you could zoom into the top almost as Eileen Chong, Ms. Chong had us do, where we can see the kind of, yep. Alrighty. So I do see hooked and booked towing, and 2 lines below that I do say a name of Juan. Driver over here, I do say another name of Juan. The reason I asked to bring this up, and I'm not going to admit it into evidence, but I'd like to show that that name comes from a common Hispanic or Latin nationality. That is actually one of the most common name used for a Spanish or Mexican family. I would like to say not only is my name Juan, I forgot to mention my father is also Juan, and I have a son named Juan. Not only that, there's 3 generations of Juan immediately in my family. My first cousin is also named Juan. Not to mention how many other thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in the United States or in Denver, Colorado, or Arvada that are also named Juan. Just because Juan is listed there, which one is it? Is there any last name? Is there any way you can prove with the preponderance of evidence that that's me? No. One looks like it's printed, the other one looks like it's handwritten. So if it don't have a last name, it don't have no other. And just for the record, too, just because I'm not a junior doesn't mean there's 3 generations of Juans. So my dad is Juan, but has his last name. I'm Juan, but I have my mother's last name, Fernandez. That's my mother's maiden name. Guess what? My son, he has his mother's maiden name, it's Fisher. There's 3 generations in my presence or in my household or within my reach that are easily accessible and are all Juan. But which one are they? 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F. So just because you show an exhibit from a previous hearing that I wasn't allowed to testify, and because I named Juan, how many Bills, how many Johns, how many Does, how many Janes are there? I don't think Juan being on this paper proves that it's me. And
Okay.
that's all I have for this one.
Okay, I got to correct you there one more time. You were allowed to testify in that hearing. You're not allowed to represent the company.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm not skilled at this, so I apologize. It's not something I'm intending on doing, and thank you for correcting me. But I was allowed to testify, but I don't believe she was ready to examine me, is what I guess, and that's a whole different subject or topic, or we don't need to elaborate on that. I just wanted to show that there is a lot of, just like example, Javier. See, Javier David, that's more technical and that's a person. It's hard to duplicate Javier David Esparza. If you know what I mean, in reference that, if somebody else, JDE, more than likely that's Javier David Esparza. But if you just have Juan and Juan, no last name, no nothing, I'm sorry, but that does not prove that was Juan Fernandez.
Okay, I got you.
And that's what would be I'd have for that.
Okay.
And then if we can pull up exhibit 200. I won't be asking to admit it, I just want a reference. So go scroll down a little bit, please. Okay, right there. And then we'll need to scroll down in just a second, but let me just add some things. So sorry, if you could leave it there for just a second. I spoke too soon. Sorry, if we can go up just there. Yeah, right, okay. So what I would like to show is on April 13th, 2021, I was eligible for a towing carrier permit. And if I was gonna operate and tow, there was no reason for me not to operate or tow or put the towing in my name. On September 28th, 2021, once again, I have no felonies, I have no CPANs, I
Your Honor,
have
I'm going
no
to object to this testimony. This goes beyond the scope of cross, and it appears that Mr. Fernandez is reopening the scope of his direct, which was concluded.
All right, I'm gonna let Mr. Fernandez go a little bit on this, but I see where he's going, and that's fine. Just go real quick, Mr. Fernandez, that's fine.
Okay. So just on September 28th, 2020, if I was wanting a towing
That doesn't mean talk fast.
I just like to point out that on the several occasions that my wife applied for a towing carrier permit without getting into the dates, at each time I was eligible and could have applied myself. I actually was responsible for building trucks, and I was doing something other than physically towing. I was responsible, and I was buying trucks, building trucks, and doing mechanical engineering, welding, and that type of stuff. And that's what I was working on and had been working on since 2020 when my sister passed away. And that was as kind of a coping. So back to May 19th, 2022, that was mine. So that for the 2021 and 2021, April of 21 and September of 21, I was eligible if I received a permit in May 19, 2022. All these allegations of felonies and why I got denied now is after the fact and clear 2 years, 3 years down the road. So my wife, Sheena, was never denied. I was never denied up until Bulldog recovery in Adams County. You can go ahead and take this exhibit down.
All right, Mr. Fernandez, you got anything more?
I do believe that is gonna conclude. Um, I wasn't as professional and as great as I thought I would be, but I am not experienced. I stopped school to work and provide for my family at an early age. And unfortunately, that's something I regret. I wish I would have done schooling and all this legal stuff. I kind of wished I would have got into law. That's besides the point. And
You don't
I'm
want to
doing
do that.
manual labor, hard work, and towing and trying to and just building a life for me and my family and honest living. So that's all I'm trying to do here, and that's what I'm seeking. I am seeking a reversal, and I hope I showed with the preponderance of my testimony that I was wrongfully denied and it should be rightfully overturned. It has been a long, stressful, lengthy 10, 11 months in this whole process. It was difficult as me living in Trinidad coming. I had to file paperwork in person. I almost missed deadlines. I wasn't able to submit things. I know that's not your guys' responsibility. I'm just putting some foundation on how difficult, how much things, how much time, how much money, how much effort this whole situation has cost me and my family.
Okay, well, I appreciate, first off, I don't think you did that bad of a job. For someone who
Thank
doesn't
you
have
very
the,
much.
for not having the experience, I think you did a good job of laying through and going through everything quite well. Second off, always remember, you can always get more education. There's no,
Yeah, so yeah, I'm done.
I'm taking it.
Never too late.
I'm taking 2 history classes right now. There's always time to get education, Mr. Fernandez. But That being the case, to arrest Ms. Chong, you may call your first witness. Or Ms. Hayden.
Yes, that'll be Miss Hayden, and I believe that she'll be coming on shortly.
I'm sorry about that. Pushing buttons.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden on behalf of trial staff. Trial staff would like to call Investigator Lloyd Swint to the stand.
All right, Mr. Swint, if you raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. And you got to unmute yourself.
Oh,
I do.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Hayden, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Swint. Again, my name is Jennifer Hayden. I'm an Attorney General with the Colorado representing staff of the Public Utilities Commission. It's good to see you. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My first name is Lloyd, L.L.O.Y.D., last of Swint, S-W-I-N-T.
Who is your employer?
I'm employed by the Public Utilities Commission.
And what is your current position?
I am the manager of the Investigations and Compliance Unit.
And prior to your current position, what other positions have you held with the PUC?
This is my only position that I've had other than criminal investigator.
Do you have any other history in law enforcement?
I do.
Can you walk us through that briefly?
I started in 1980 at the Lucas County Sheriff's Office in Toledo, Ohio, and I worked the Uniform Division. I then transferred to Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office in 1988, and I worked 15 years there and retired as a detective. I took some time off into a different field, and I joined the Public Utilities Commission in the state of Colorado in 2018. I'm currently in my 31st year of law enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. Swint, can you briefly describe your duties as the manager of the Criminal Investigations Unit?
I manage the day-to-day operations of the unit. There are investigators and I that work together to investigate complaints that are received by the commission. Those cases are assigned out and we investigate them. And I manage the day-to-day administrative operations as well.
And as part of your duties, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of towing carriers in Colorado?
I am.
And is one of your duties to make determinations whether to approve or deny towing permit applications?
I have one piece in that process, and that is the conducting of criminal background checks.
Okay. And did you receive an application for a towing permit for Bulldogs towing?
I did.
And how long did it take to process that application?
It's recovery. It's not Bulldogs towing. Bulldogs recovery.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, you can do that. You can get that on when you ask your cross-examination questions, okay? But for right now, let Ms. Hayden go through her questions, okay?
I'll make the correction. Investigator Swint, did you receive an application for a Bulldogs recovery?
I did. I was made aware of an application that was received on the 18th of September.
And what goes into the application review process?
I am sent the person's name, date of birth, driver's license, and other pertinent information, and I'm asked to conduct a criminal background check into the applicant.
Did you receive all that information from the beginning with this application?
I did.
How long did it take to process that application?
For me, in this case, it took me 41 days.
Okay. Is that pretty typical?
No, this took longer.
Okay, can you explain why?
There's a lot of variables in this case. I was aware, first of all, of the CPAN decision that was rendered by this court on June 26th of 2024. But I was also aware of the prior incidents involving Fernandez towing. I was also aware of some of the hooked and booked problems that had taken place in the past. And I was also aware of the Adams County Sheriff's Office reports. I then took my diligence and time to investigate all of these, and that's the reason why it took me 41 days.
And at each point, did you respond to the applicant with a status of some sort?
I tried to keep him appraised of things, but at the same time, I was also asking for additional information as PUC rules allow me to do, so that I could clarify and try to get some clarity on some of the discrepancies that I was finding in my background check.
All right, Investigator Swint, let's take a look at this application. If we could please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 208, the public version, please. And if we could scroll down to page 2, please. Investigator Swint, can you see this document?
I can.
Oh, great. Okay. Investigator Swint, what is this document?
This is the document showing the application through the Integrated Filings Management System, as what also is known as IFMS. And this is a basic record of the application and the profile on Bulldogs Recovery LLC.
And what does this document describe?
This document describes the current status of the permit, which was inactive. It gives the name of the company, the addresses involved in the company, and basically gives us a glimpse into the profile of the company.
And does the commission keep these types of records in the ordinary course of business?
It does.
And is it the regular practice of the commission to keep records like this one?
It is.
Your Honor, staff would move to admit Hearing Exhibit 208, both the public and confidential version.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, do you have any objection to Hearing Exhibit 208? And you're muted right now, Mr. Fernandez, if you're telling me something. Mr. Fernandez. Okay, looks
Sorry, I
like
didn't catch that.
is there any objection to the admission of Hearing Exhibit 208?
No.
Okay, it shall be admitted.
If we could please scroll down on page 3, Investigator Swint, who is listed as the member or partner of Bulldogs Recovery?
Juan Fernandez.
There it is. And who is listed
Can
as...
we enlarge this a little bit, please?
Thank you for doing that, but when you told me you could see it, I thought I'd just go with it.
No. Some of the lines get a little run together. Go ahead. But Juan Fernandez is listed as the member partner as of September 20th, 2024.
And who is the registered agent?
The registered agent is also Juan Fernandez.
And is this the same Juan Fernandez named as the petitioner in this proceeding?
To the best of my knowledge and belief, yes.
All right. And if we could scroll back to the top, what is this, the top of this document, not the cover sheet. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And what is the status of the application of this permit?
Inactive.
Okay. And if we could scroll to the bottom. At this time, we're looking at here at page 2, page 3. The application status, what does that read there for this towing operator, Investigator Swint?
It reads pending.
Okay, let's go up 3 lines. What is the status?
The application was dismissed.
Okay, and why was it dismissed?
Usually it's done either because something at my criminal background check investigation, or it could have been for an insurance reason.
Okay,
That
if
the
we could
proper
please,
insurance documents weren't filed.
were proper insurance documents filed in this application?
It looks like they were, with an effective date of September 18th.
Okay, but fair to say the resulting dismissal may be due to the denial. Is that right?
Correct.
If we could please take this exhibit down. Investigator Swint, what steps did you take in your review of that permit application?
One of the first things I wanted to do was look for consistencies between this application and others that were filed like it or in the past. Part of that process involves reviewing the application documents themselves. And then I also, using proprietary databases, I go in and I start to look into the criminal history of the applicant and the driving status of the applicant as well.
And as part of those databases that you access, do you recover any additional towing companies or entities on file with the PUC associated with this applicant?
I do all the research on the applicant. So in this case, Mr. Fernandez, I became aware of Fernandez Towing. I became aware of his involvement in Hooked and Book Towing. And I had a pretty clear picture as to his past as it related to the PUC.
And what was your determination following your review?
Following my review of all the circumstances that were before me, I made the decision that it was in the best interest of the people of the state of Colorado, in accordance with our abilities to deny a permit under the statute of 40-10.1401(2)B, to deny this permit because it's not in the public interest for him to have one.
Investigator Swint, did you ultimately issue a denial letter?
The letter was actually issued by Chief of Transportation Nate Riley, but I did draft most of the document because there was so much data that I wanted to walk through it step by step so that nothing was missed and everything was accurate. I then presented that data to Chief Riley to draft and actually draw up the letter and send it out.
Okay, well, let's unpack that, Investigator Swint.
Sure.
So a denial letter was sent, is that right?
Correct.
And if we could please pull up what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 200. Investigator Swint, what is this document?
That is a copy of the denial letter dated October 29th, 2024.
And are you familiar with this denial letter?
I am.
How are you familiar with this denial letter?
I helped draft the verbiage that is in that letter.
You drafted at least some of this, right?
I drafted the majority of it.
Yeah, and that's based on your investigation.
That's correct.
And the information contained in this letter is based on your research and findings.
Correct.
Does the commission keep these types of records in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And is it the regular practice of the commission to keep records like this one?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit Hearing Exhibit 200.
Fernandez, any objection to the admission of Exhibit 200?
No.
200 shall be admitted.
If we could enlarge this just a bit to take a look at that first paragraph, Investigator Swint, what does the letter indicate is the reason for the denial of Bulldogs Recovery's permit application?
The reason for the denial is that pursuant to the aforementioned statute, the ones I mentioned earlier, that it was determined by staff at the Public Utilities Commission that it was not in the public interest for the underlying tow carrier permit application to be granted. Based on this determination, the application is denied.
All right, thank you, Investigator Swint. Now what we're going to do is kind of walk through your investigation that led to this denial letter. In regards to permit history there that we see in paragraph 1 that begins with April 13th, 2021, what did you learn from your investigation? That
Hooked and Book did have a permit. It was issued on April 13th, 2021. It was with T-05202. The owner of that towing carrier was listed as Sheena Fernandez. The permit was suspended on June 30th of 21 and subsequently revoked on August 10th of 21 under the aforementioned about the reference decision. And this was done because of a failure to maintain the minimum required insurance coverage to operate as a tow carrier.
And who is Sheena Fernandez?
Sheena Fernandez, through my investigation, I have learned that she is the wife of Juan Fernandez.
And how do you know this?
I checked the records of the Colorado Department of Health and Public Health and Environment, and I learned that they were married in 2017.
And if we could, for verification, jump to page 2, that third paragraph down. Investigator Swint, did you cite to those records in this denial letter?
I did. It's in that third paragraph. The actual date is April 20th of 2017. They were married in the city and county of Denver.
And do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Fernandez had any association with this towing carrier?
I do have reason to believe that as husband and wife, I felt as though, based on all the information that I had received, that they were working and engaged in the towing carrier operations in various capacities in the state of Colorado, as referenced in the correspondence of the letter.
Thank you. And let's see, actually, if we could scroll back up to that initial page, Investigator Swint, what I'd like to do is take these two paragraphs in order to try to minimize jumping back and forth.
Okay.
That second paragraph there, paragraph 2 under permit history, thank you. What did you learn from your investigation there?
That on September 28th of 2021, a new towing carrier permit was issued under the same name, Hooked and Booked Towing, this time with a number of T-05272, but the owner was now listed as Willie Taylor. The permit had the same address, same email, and the initial towing carrier noted above. So what I did there is I compared the applications for the two permits, and I found similarities in those areas.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, continue.
I was just going to continue with the paragraph if you'd like me to.
Okay.
Records indicate that this permit was suspended on March 26th of 22 and subsequently revoked on May 18th of 22. And this was again done because of the failure to maintain the minimum required insurance to operate.
Thank you. If we could take this exhibit down and please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 201. If we could scroll to the first page there, please.
You mean page 2?
Oh, no, the second page, sorry. These cover sheets. Investigator Swint, what are we looking at here?
Again, this is the first page of the IFMS report, which starts to give the profile and the status of the permit or the current status of this company.
And are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this document?
I would have queried this information and saved that as part of my investigation.
And is that a record that's created by the Public Utilities Commission?
Yes, it is.
And is that regularly kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 201.
Any objection to hearing exhibit 201?
Yeah, that is Hooked and Booked, and Sheena Fernandez has nothing to do with Juan Fernandez Towing, or Bulldogs Recovery, LLC.
So you're objecting to, so I'm going to take that as you're objecting to it due to relevance, that it has nothing to do with your application. Is that a proper?
Correct.
Ms. Hayden, you got any response to that?
Your Honor, I would suggest that based on Investigator Swint's investigation, that this was a result of his investigation that has some connection to Mr. Fernandez upon the review.
And I object to that, and I say it has nothing to do with me.
The PUC records. Your Honor, I can lay more foundation as the address listed here was frequently cited by Mr. Hernandez in his testimony today.
Oh, I think we've had quite a bit of testimony about Hooked and Booked, and there's some question about that. And this one, this is part of his investigation. So I'm going to allow so 201 shall be admitted.
Investigator Swint, what is the listed address for Hooked and Booked Towing?
3394 West 66th Avenue.
And is that an address that has been associated with Mr. Juan Fernandez in any way?
Correct.
If we could scroll down, please. A little bit, let's see the next page. Let's see if we could, yep, stop right. Oh, let's go back up just a little bit. I'm trying to get to that telephone number. If we could zero in a little bit. Investigator Swint, can you testify as to what phone numbers that you had received in the application for this Hooked and Booked?
I would have to look and refresh my memory. We rely solely on the phone numbers that are listed in the application, and then those phone numbers are then transposed into this report. So I would I would have to testify at this point that these were the phone numbers that would have been used for the company.
And what's the second phone number listed there?
720-476-1070.
Okay. If we could, well, let me stop there. Investigator Swint, were you present throughout this entire hearing?
I have been.
And did you see the hearing exhibit for the invoice for Hooked and Booked?
I did.
Do you recall whether that's the same number listed on the Hooked and Booked towing invoice?
It is.
And that would make sense because it matched up to this towing company, is that right?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down to page 5. Investigator Swint, has this permit been revoked a few times?
It has.
For what reason?
When there's show cause involved, that means there's been insurance problems since the permit was issued, and there's a clear history of that.
Thank you. If we could please take this down and return to hearing exhibit. Oh, no. We went through the second paragraph. If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 202. And scroll to page 2, please. Investigator Swint, what are we looking at here?
Again, this is a IFMS report, the Integrated Filings Management System that maintains and holds the record for a company known as Hooked and Booked Towing.
Is that the same address listed in the prior Hooked and Booked document we just looked at?
In this case, the only addition is the word apartment and the numeral 4.
Who supplies the information for these addresses that are used in these reports?
The applicant.
And if we scroll down a bit farther, what is the business telephone used in this application?
720-476-1070.
So that's a continuing phone number from the last Hooked and Booked application that we saw, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll down a little bit further, who is the designated agent for this Hooked and Booked?
On this application, it's Willie Taylor.
And what's the address listed there for Mr. Taylor?
Again, it's 3394 West 6th. I'm sorry, can we blow that up, please? (3394) West 66th Avenue, apartment 4, Denver, Colorado 80221.
Investigator Smith, as part of your investigation, is this a record that resulted in your investigation?
Yes.
And it's regularly kept in the ordinary course of business by the PUC?
It is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 202.
And any objection to hearing exhibit 202?
Then the last one that got denied is I object to this because it has nothing to do with Juan Fernandez and Bulldog recovery.
And again, I'm going to admit it. It's part of the investigation, and it's part of what they tried to put together here. So 202 shall be admitted.
Investigator Swint, what is the email address used for this company?
hookedandbookedtowing@gmail.com.
And who is the owner listed?
Willie Taylor.
And if we scroll back up to the top of the IFMS document, that phone number, yes, thank you. Do you see any similarities between the phone number and the address listed in Hooked and Booked 202 with the one we previously viewed?
Okay, can you ask that question again, please?
Yeah, let me clarify. So is any information different in this Hooked and Booked application as opposed to the prior Hooked and Booked application we looked at for Sheena Fernandez?
Again, as I mentioned, the only difference is the addition of the word apartment 4.
And how about who the owner is?
And the difference of the owner being Willie Taylor.
And did you hear Mr. Fernandez testified that this was his next door neighbor,
Correct.
and that he had never met him or doesn't know him. Is that right?
Correct.
Did all the information in this application is the same for the prior hooked and booked application? Is that right?
Correct.
If we could please take this down and pull back up hearing exhibit 201. Investigators, if we could scroll down to the top of page 1, please. Investigator Swint, I inadvertently missed a couple of questions on this.
No worries. Thank you.
Let's see, if we could scroll down to the next page. What is the email address used for this hooked and booked towing?
hookedandbookedtowing@gmail.com.
And the address used here was supplied by the applicant, is that right?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down a bit farther, trying to get to the owner registered agent page. Oh, there we go. If we could please stop there. And Investigator Swint, who is the designated agent for this person?
Sheena Fernandez.
And she is also listed as the contact name.
Correct.
Is there any indication that this application for hooked and booked and the one owning to Mr. Taylor are two separate entities?
Ask that again, please.
Is there any indication based on the information submitted in these applications for hooked and booked that indicate these happen to be two entirely separate businesses?
In my investigation, I felt that this was the same company with two different names and a different address.
Is it a different address or an additional just apartment number?
An apartment number.
So the address remains the same, is that correct?
The address remains the same.
And based on your experience, how does a towing carrier with two applications such as this, is it the PUC's position that this is the same company?
Yes.
All right, if we could please take this exhibit down. If we could, again, please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 200. And if we could scroll down to the next page. There at the top of the page, the first paragraph, Investigator Swint, did you locate another towing carrier associated with Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
And what was the name of that towing carrier?
I discovered that on May 19th of 2022, Juan Fernandez was issued a towing permit under T05347 under the name of Fernandez Towing. He was listed as the owner of that carrier, and records indicate that the permit was suspended on November 9th, 2022, and was subsequently revoked on December 23rd, 2022 for the mentioned decisions due to his failure to maintain the minimum required insurance coverage to operate.
And based on your investigation, did you come across any PUC records associated with Fernandez Towing?
Other than the information contained in that paragraph, I cannot testify to any other information, but I was aware that there was some Adams County Sheriff's Office reports during that period of time.
Objection. Hearsay. No evidence to support it. Hearsay. Objection.
Well, I'll let Ms. Hayden respond real quickly. Mr. Fernandez, I will tell you, that this is an administrative hearing and we kind of let hearsay in, and certainly you had a gigantic amount of hearsay that you brought in too. So Ms. Hayden, let me hear your response on this real quickly.
Your Honor, the question was whether the witness had come across any information for Fernandez Towing, and that question was answered. We'll get into any additional information at a later date. I'm working through this paragraph now.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that the answer was just that he found some stuff from talking to Adams County, which certainly kind of would be in line with what you've said, at least with your experiences with Adams County. He didn't go into any particulars about it, and he didn't give any statements made by anyone else about you or anything that way. So I'll allow that for right now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 203? And if we could scroll down to the first page. Sorry, the second page here, beyond the title page. Investigator Swint, what are we looking at here?
Again, this is an integrated filings management system, IFMS report. It gives the profile on Fernandez Towing.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this document?
I harvested it from our IFMS system as part of my investigation.
And is this a record regularly kept in the ordinary course of business by the PUC?
It is.
And is this maintained by the PUC in the regular activity of the business?
It is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 203.
Any objection to hearing exhibit 203?
Nope.
All right, 203 shall be admitted.
Thank you. Investigator Swint, what is the name of this company?
Fernandez Towing.
And what address is used for Fernando Towing?
Fernandez.
33, 994 West 66th Avenue, apartment 3, Denver, 80221.
And if we could scroll down, or can we enlarge this page and scroll down a little bit? Thank you. Can we go to the next page? Thank you. Stop right there, please. Who is the contact person for this company?
The contact person is Juan Fernandez.
And who is the designated agent?
Juan Fernandez.
And is that the same Juan Fernandez mentioned in the denial letter?
Yes.
And if we could scroll back up, please. And stop right there. Investigator Swint, where does the information come for all of the input for Fernandez Towing in this IFMS report?
It comes from the application filed by the applicant.
And who is the applicant in this case?
Juan Fernandez.
And what is the phone number listed for this business, Fernandez Towing?
720-476-1070.
I'd like to set this exhibit aside very briefly, Investigator Swint, and come back to it. What I'd like to pull up then is that hearing exhibit. Let's see. This is investigators want to clarify. This is a phone number associated with Fernandez Towing.
Correct.
Which is Juan Fernandez.
Correct.
If we could please pull up what's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 105, the hooked and booked invoice. Investigator Swint, can you see the phone number listed at the top of the hooked and booked invoice?
Yes, I can.
And what is that phone number?
720-476-1070.
Is that the same phone number listed for Fernandez Towing, in which Juan Fernandez is the owner operator.
Yes, it is.
And did you hear Mr. Fernandez testify that that could be any Juan? Is that
Correct.
previously?
I did hear him say that.
Thank you. If we could take this down and pull up the prior exhibit.
All right. 203.
Which was the prior exhibit? Let's see. What was like going back to?
203 is the last one.
It was 203. Thank you, Your Honor. So, so we have seen that phone number today, Investigator Swin, is that right?
Consistently.
In fact, it's the same number listed for Juan in that hooked and booked invoice, is it not?
That's correct.
So from the Fernandez Towing, what information did you learn from this report?
One, that the address is the same, that the phone number was the same, the name of Juan Fernandez was the same.
And if we scroll down to the bottom of this page, has Fernandez Towing ever lost its permit? If we could
gotta
scroll
keep
down to the
going.
bottom, please.
Sorry, you said that. Do you want page
Sorry,
3?
all the way to the bottom, please. Thank you. Right there is great. Thank you so much. Investigator Swint, what was this status of Fernandez Towing permit?
It shows that he was also involved in a show cause hearing for failure to having the proper amounts of insurance on file with the commission. And that revocation and resolution date was 12/23 of 2022.
Thank you. Investigator Swint, having reviewed these applications, can you tell whether any of these companies were operating at the same time or were they staggered?
To the best of my knowledge, with permits in place, there was no overlap.
So fair to say one company would have a permit revoked, a company would come into play. Is that right?
Then it would pick up with another company. Yes.
Okay. And so, as we know, the hooked and booked went to hearing. Do you know when? Do you know when that went to hearing?
The hooked and booked CPAN case.
Yes.
It went to hearing on or about June 26, 2024.
And you're familiar with that case, right?
I am. Yep.
And was a decision issued in that case?
It was.
Could we please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 204? Investigator Swint, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the decision rendered by the court, decision number R24-0926.
And are you familiar with this decision?
I am.
And how are you familiar with this decision?
I was present for this hearing, and I listened to the entire podcast or the broadcast of that hearing with the investigator.
Thank you. Is this a document that's regularly kept in the course of business by the PUC?
Yes, it is.
And this was a result of your search or investigation into Juan Fernandez, is that right?
This was part and parcel to a CCTS case that was being investigated by Investigator Potts.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 204.
Any objection 204? Mr. Fernandez, you're muted right now. If you tell me anything.
Once again, I object like the last two that were overpowered. How is this relevant to my case? Once again, I wasn't able to speak on this. So if you entered in evidence, we could speak on this, correct? I can examine, or I could go into detail of this because they're showing it as evidence.
Again,
I'd like to use it to impeach.
Well, hang on. First off, again, the relevance of this is that they're trying. There's an attempt to show that you have something to do with hooked and booked. What happened in that proceeding? I gotta correct myself. I got really kind of scared there. I thought Mr. Swint just said that the hearing was in June, and I didn't get my decision out until December, and I thought that can't be right. So I've looked at that real
That's part
quickly.
of
The hearing was in October. It's not likely to take 6 months. So I want to clear that on the record.
Your Honor,
But
I can clear that up in the record.
yeah, no, it's done. It's done now. It's fine. Uh, but so that's the only reason it's being used and shown in here, Mr. Fernandez, is just to try and link you through the investigation that you have something to do with this. What happened in that hearing? And again, I will again have to clarify the record here. You were allowed to testify. No one prevented you from testifying in that hearing. You were not allowed to represent the company in that hearing, which is a totally different thing. Because you are not the owner of the company. You are not the owner of the company, as you have told me repeatedly today. So that's why you were not able to represent them, and you didn't that day. Again, this is just done. There's an attempt to link you. If this does not link you, and you've certainly tried to make that case, then it should have no effect on you. So I'm going to, and it's also something that actually can be taken administratively noticed without actually admitted in. And so I'm going to admit it in anyway, though, as exhibit, I believe this is 204.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Swain, you oversaw that investigation, and you're familiar with that case, is that right?
I am.
That this has been admitted. The judge took judicial notice. We're not going to belabor this. If we could please take this decision down. Do you remember what the result was in that case, Investigator Swint?
It was a finding that Mr. Fernandez was, or that Sheena Fernandez was held to the face of the CPAN in order to pay the amounts of the fines awarded in the decision.
And the exhibit used to impeach Mr. Fernandez directly links his phone number that he used to register Fernandez towing with the invoice in that case. Is that right?
That's right.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 200 again. Investigator Swint, we're going to keep working through that denial letter very quickly. While that's happening, do you run criminal background checks as part of the application process?
I do.
And did you run a check on Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
And what did you learn?
I learned that on or about the time of his application, I received it, I believe I testified on the 18th of September, that at the time there was a current felony pending in Adams County District Court.
So Mr. Fernandez was facing felony charges, is that right?
That's correct.
During the pendency of this case, is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, if we could take this down, Your Honor, there is a confidential document filed entirely that is confidential. It would be Staff's Hearing Exhibit 205C.
Okay. I tell you what, we are getting close to 2:30 here. Do you want to take a break and we can come back in a confidential session to show that exhibit? And then instead of doing it for 5 minutes and then coming back in and doing that. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take a break until 2:45? We'll go a little bit more than 15 minutes when we come back in a confidential to talk about that exhibit, and then be done. We're done. We go for it. Okay. Make sense?
It does. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll be in, like I said, we'll be in recess until 2:45.
And Judge, I'm just making sure it's okay. I can do the confidential setup right now, right? You're not going to need to say anything when we come back at 2:45.
Right. But
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay.
that's a bit easier all the way around. So. That was Mr. Whatchamacallit, Zoom, whatever.
Okay, we're ready now.
All right, so go right ahead.
Investigator Swint, those were law enforcement contacts.
Correct.
And did those contacts and those interactions factor into your determination?
Yes, they did.
And can you lead us to your determination?
Sure. Again, when the consistent common denominator in all those reports is aggressive behavior. There's reports of him failing to comply with lawful orders given to him by a person of authority, that being a uniformed police officer. We see examples of belligerence, disrespect, swearing, cussing. And that's consistent even with our CPAN case that was served back in June of 24. So all the information contained in those reports factored into my decision as other factors to deny this permit.
So fair to say,
if he's not complying with the words of police officers who are in uniforms, then I would have concerns that he's not going to comply with the Public Utilities Commission and the rules and regulation of the commission.
so fair to say it wasn't just one instance. Is it?
It's recurring.
Okay. And in regards to compliance with the PUC, fair to say that Mr. Fernandez and his associated towing operations were not compliant with having insurance on file with the PUC, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have any recommendations for the ALJ today?
I do, and again, I want to go back to the word I've been using all along, and there's a totality of circumstance, Your Honor. We've seen several bits of data that I've been able to collect. Some of our facts, some are circumstance, some are clear, some aren't clear. But the bottom line is, when you look at the facts and the information that I've been able to obtain through police reports, through my own investigation, it's obvious to me that Mr. Fernandez has a difficult time complying with the rules, the laws. And I'm concerned for the safety of the officers that were involved, but I'm also concerned about the safety of the public. So when we look at in the denial letter, again, we put in the first paragraph of the letter that it's not in the public interest. We saw a couple of occasions in these Adams County reports where members of the public at large were involved in this kind of behavior because of his actions. How many more victims do we want to create by allowing him to have a permit and being out there operating without following the rules? Every time Juan Fernandez's name has come up, there was something questionable has happened. There's been some question that has led us to be suspicious. We saw that with myself, but I also saw it with the Adams County Sheriff's Office. In this earlier testimony, I've been accused of prejudice and bias, but I will say unequivocally no, and far from it. I did my job and I did it well, and I did due diligence out of the concern for the public. And I also did it out of concern for the investigative staff here at the commission. Nothing positive came before me that led me to believe that I should put my name on an approval allowing this man to have a permit, and that is why I chose to deny it. We also have to consider the fact that even the own judgment of this court, that the CPAN has never been paid to date. And so again, we have one more glowing example of a disregard of a judgment that was rendered lawfully, and nothing has been done to take care of that. Not even arrangements made to try to make payments.
Investigator Swint, do you have a recommendation for the court?
So I recommend to the court that they uphold our decision to deny this permit. And I would ask that the court consider all the factors in this, and Mr. Fernandez should not be allowed to have a tow permit in the state of Colorado.
Right. Mr. Fernandez, do you have any cross-examination for Investigator Swain? And again, I just remind you, just because you're pro se, this is the time to ask questions. It's not to tell him he's wrong or something like that. To say, hey, you said this, you're wrong. That's not a question. But it's just ask questions, all right?
Yes. So, Mr. Swint, you said that the CPAN was never paid and that no arrangements have ever been made.
Correct.
That's what you testified to?
Correct.
So you're not aware of anybody contacting Nate and trying to figure out if payment arrangements were acceptable due to a hold being on the vehicles that are registered to Sheena Fernandez?
If that was a conversation with Nate, you'll be able to ask him that question. I'm not aware of that, the details
So
of
you
that
didn't discuss
conversation.
that on your topics or weekly? It was never discussed with you by Nathan that there was an attempt to make payment arrangements and he was denied.
I'm aware that that someone called in to ask the question if there was any other way in which the hold on your DMV license plates could be dealt with. That is all I know about that call.
Yeah. You mentioned the reoccurring incidents with Adams County. Did you have any other county, any other sheriffs, any other law enforcement that you can say had an issue with Juan Fernandez and Fernandez towing?
I spoke to the Adams County Sheriff's Office as I testified.
Only. That's it. No other county, no other sheriffs.
Nothing came across my desk during this investigation.
You say that you did a great did job well, and you were only doing your job in denying it. There was some testimony when I spoke earlier that you said you heard it all, and I mentioned that in the investigation somebody called Trinidad Police to see if they heard of Juan Fernandez or his towing carrier. Would that be you?
I called the Trinidad Police Department. Yes.
Is that a job well done, or is there any other way that you could have done that and figured out if Juan Fernandez has any acquaintances or knowledge or has any reason to put 213 Dale Street, Trinidad, Colorado?
Objection,
job
Your Honor,
is-
beyond the scope of direct.
It's contained in the letter, that address, and it certainly caused Mr. Fernandez some concern. So I'll let him ask the question.
Ask your question again, please.
That's the problem. I was stopped in that. So can I please ask, how am I being stopped? And I was trying to show foundation and trying to cross-examine, and now I'm stopped and I'm not sure exactly where I was at. And that just, when I do that to her, it's not allowed. But why don't she do it on her last, whatever it's called? I'm sure there's a word for it, but she's going to be able to cloud things up again with Swint after I'm done. Please allow me to finish. Now, the question that is
Hey, Mr. Fernandez, do me a favor, take a breath, okay? Okay, take a breath right now. She objected.
I'm trying
Hang on. You won. I found for you, okay? So the question you're asking, Investigator Swint, which I can tell you deals with the address down in Trinidad. You're asking a question about that?
Oh, yeah, so I
Okay.
apologize. I'm going
There
to
you
ask
go.
a question.
Okay, that's so. Just ask that question again. You're good.
I mistracked that. That's what happened. I just go, that's
I
frustrating.
understand.
So
It's not what you do every day. I understand. So go right ahead.
I asked the question is it professional and do you believe we did a great job? Sorry, am I there again? I have to cut off there. So I'm going to ask the question again. Did you believe we did a great job in determining whether I knew somebody at 213 Dale Street or if I should even be putting that on my driver's license or the application? To me, it seems like you believed it was fraud intended, and that's pretty much what was put in there. It's suspicious that I used 213 Dale Street because you called Trinidad police and asked if I have any authority, if I had any knowledge, or if I had belonged or knew anybody there. And because it's to a Matthew Chavez who's incarcerated, you assumed I have no connections and it's suspicious. I'm sure you heard that my cousin resides
Objection,
there.
Your Honor. This is not a question and argumentative.
Yeah, Mr. Menendez, this is why I gave you that advisement right before you started. So it's time to ask question. You can, and I think you had a question, and then you kind of went. So you're asking Investigator Swin about why he put that address down there. I think that's your question. So.
Why did you make a determination by only calling Trinidad police to see if I had a reference to that address more than what I'm telling?
The reason I called the Trinidad Police Department was to see if they had ever seen you or been in contact with you at that address, or what kind of information they had about that address.
And what information did they have about that address, Mr. Swint?
They told me who lived there and that they had. Excuse me?
Who lives there? Who did they say lives there?
Mr. Chavez. Matthew.
Mr. Chavez? Matthew? So he technically don't live there, though, if he's incarcerated, right?
That's correct.
So who else would live there? Is it an empty house?
Couldn't tell you.
So you think you did a great job by not being able to properly investigate who resides there, because what you're saying is Matthew Chavez resides there, but he's incarcerated. So if he's the owner or authorized party there, you're saying there's an abandoned house pretty much, because you don't know who lives there. So my question is, why didn't you?
Objection.
Right.
Mr. Fernandez is testifying, Your Honor.
Trying to keep it to a question. I'm not quite sure all of the relevance on the address on there. That's not why you're denied because of that address. So try and keep it towards the question and tell me why I should care.
I didn't hear you at the last end.
No, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure all of the relevance. I realize you have a issue with the address being in Trinidad there.
No, the issue I'm bringing up is why wasn't he the due diligence or due process done on his part to investigate if I had authority at that address or not, is why I'm trying to question him. Why did he only call Trinidad police? And why did it, because they said they don't know me, he put down I have no connection, affiliation, I believe is exact. I'm questioning why he put that in the denial with the simple call of Trinidad police. I'm saying that's is that unprofessional or not? Or is that professional? Swint. That would be a question, right? Is it professional for you to have 31 years experience of law enforcement and to be a supervisor in the PUC, but you only contact law enforcement 200 miles away to find out if they know Mr. Fernandez?
I think that's a question. Is that do you think you're doing a full check? I could do it a full. Do you think? I think he also testified he contacted the Adams County Sheriff's Office, but I don't know if there's any others that were contacted. But Mr. Swindle, Investigator Swindle, I'll let you answer that question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I found out the information I needed. We were suspicious because there's so many addresses involved in your history. I wanted to find out, how is Dale Street in Trinidad involved with you? And I was suspicious because it was on your driver's license, but yet the Adams County Sheriff's Office reported that they had just seen you up in Adams County. So again, because of all the variables in this case, we were suspicious. So I was trying to track it down.
Mr. Swint, if I decided to move to Trinidad, Colorado, or anywhere in the state of Colorado, am I not allowed to go to Adams County again or to be present in Adams County, like you just said?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Oh, I think you can answer that one. I'm going to go out on a limb there. I think Investigator Swin can answer that question.
You know what? You can go anywhere you want, and it's pretty irrelevant. All I was trying to do is see how the address of 213 Dale Street factored into Juan Fernandez's driver's license. My questions were answered and I moved away from that.
Seems like you're getting a little upset on these questions there, Swain. Are you having a hard time answering them, or are you not?
Not at all, sir. Thank you.
Was due process given to Juan Fernandez and Bulldog's recovery in your investigation and denying him
Objection
a
calls for
paid?
legal conclusion.
Yeah, that one, I don't know if technically the term due process would actually even fall into this. I think the question you want to ask, and I'll let this one go, is did you follow the proper procedures in denying Bulldogs?
Thank you. That would be correct.
And I'll answer it by saying I gave you 41 days to work hard on this to make sure that I had my I's dotted and my T's crossed.
Would that be 41 days of prejudiceness, biasness, and one-sidedness?
I don't have a prejudice bone in my body.
So it's not alarming. Is it alarming to you that the same Deputy Neal who you mentioned over and over is the only person who you claim has arrested or came in contact with Juan Fernandez?
What are you asking me?
A question.
He's asking whether did you find it suspicious that most of the contacts that Mr. Fernandez had with the Adams County Sheriff's Department were with one particular officer?
Person. One deputy.
Deputy Neal was just one of a few that I spoke with. My main contact at Adams County Sheriff's Office was Detective Chad Jenkins.
Now, I'm going to ask this question as clearly as possible. Are you aware that both incidents that happened after the CPAN was by the same Deputy Neal who issued the CPAN to Mr. Fernandez?
I'm going to clarify there just for the question. He didn't issue it. He served it, I'm guessing. So were you aware of that? Let's hear this one.
Are you asking me about the service of that CPAN?
No, I'm asking you once again, is it not alarming to you that the same deputy who gave the CPAN in May 2024 is the same deputy who claims to have arrested Juan Fernandez on several occasions?
All I'm going on is the face value of the reports. I don't make any judgments about the participants as far as their roles in whatever happened in those cases.
Mr. Swinch, you claim you have 31 years experience in law enforcement in every pretty much branch or department. So if you were on patrol and you constantly over and over and over and over issued summonses to the same person repeatedly, but each one was dismissed or dropped in its entirety, to you, is that not suspicious? And for you having law enforcement experience, that's not more suspicious to you?
I'm going on the face value of these reports and the information contained within the four corners of them, written by a certified peace officer. The outcome of those cases to be determined by a different court in a different venue is I'm going by the facts and what the officers reported.
Mr. Swint, on some of these cases on the denial were not complete. Couldn't we have waited until the cases were complete to put... Oh, let me rest. 1 second. Sorry. I recant that question. Give me just 1 second. Mr. Swint, you said that you have the authority to revoke somebody's permit or deny it if they have been convicted of a felony. Mr.
Yes.
Fernandez was never convicted of a felony, not in 2020, not 2021. And sorry, I'm going to say 2021 when Ms. Fernandez applied. Was he a felon in 2022 when Willie applied? Was Mr. Fernandez a felon in 2023 when he was granted Fernandez towing? Was Mr. Fernandez a felon in 2024 when Sheena Fernandez was issued, I believe, a third towing permit.
Okay, you asked a lot of questions there. Do you want to back up and go one at a time?
I tell you what, Investigator Swin, I'll cut to the chase on it. Do you know of him being a felon at any time?
No.
There you go.
There you go.
Convicted felon, no. So, you having 31 years of experience, do you know what due process is to somebody who has been convicted of a crime?
I do.
Would that entail being innocent until would that entail being innocent until proven guilty?
That test of
Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion. This isn't relevant. We're not in a criminal proceeding.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, I got to tell you, you're kind of mixing two things up there. You're mixing two things together. Due process and the finding of guilt or innocence is two different things. So, and again, that's a legal thing, and don't worry about that. That's not gonna. Yeah, your due process happening right now. So.
Okay. Let's pull up 207C, Exhibit 207C.
Your Honor, that's a confidential document.
Okay. Let's go, Casey. Let's put his confidential real quickly.
Okay, just so everyone knows, it takes a little longer to take everything down than get it up. So please wait until I've said we're good to go, because it takes a little bit longer.
Okay. Gives Harriet a little.
Okay, we're all set.
Good, Mr. Fernandez, go ahead.
Give me 1 second to get. Mr. Potts, we heard a lot of talk, you saying victims were in fear of retaliation. Do you have anything to support why that has been mentioned over and over and over and over?
Information
Objection,
received.
calls for speculation.
What kind of actions was taken by Mr. Fernandez that there were fear of retaliation? What knowledge do you have of that?
Well, the testimony was that that was the thing that he saw and that bothered. And I promise you, Investigator Swint, when I ask you questions, I will not call you Investigator Potts one time. That is my sincere promise to you. But I believe he did testify to that fact that that was one of the things that he had a problem with. And so I guess we can rephrase that question as to what was in there that made you fear or worry about that. What was in there? What was in the reports or in your investigation that made you worry that Mr. Fernandez would act in a retaliatory way?
When I read those kinds of things in a police report, that brings great concern to me. If a victim is scared to the point where they don't want to file charges, but I also received that information from Detective Jenkins, who handled those cases, and he told me the same thing.
Mr. Swint, you just testified that Mr. Jenkins investigated a lot of things. Did Mr. Jenkins come up with any charges, towing related?
Maybe you would have to ask him that, but based upon the information I have in these reports, I don't believe so.
Isn't it alarming to you that detective could not come up with any charges after? Oh, let me 1 second. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Mr. Swint, you as a former officer is not suspicious on Chad Jenkins or Detective Jenkins not coming up with any charges, anything other than his word of mouth and stating what he stated?
That does not make me suspicious at all.
Give me 1 second. Mr. Swint, you testified that Neil stated Mr. Fernandez was arrested. Did you confirm that Mr. Fernandez was physically arrested?
I go by the face value of the report written by a sworn law enforcement officer who I find to be credible.
Mr. Swint, have you ever heard of a law enforcement lying?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Hey, yeah, come on, Mr. Fernandez. Hey, what do you think he's going to answer there? That's, people lie, people don't lie. Who knows?
But that's relevant to it's pertinent to my case that he's listening repeated lies.
You said law enforcement in general, and it's not particular to this case. So, people lie, people don't lie.
People in general, like that
Yeah.
should be prevalent to the
that's
case.
it. That's it. So some people don't lie. Oh well. I mean,
So, Mr. Swint, what actions did you take to verify 202 West Topeka Avenue as being a relevant address to Juan Fernandez?
Well, because the
Objection, Your Honor.
registration,
That's beyond the scope of direct. I didn't bring up a Topeka address.
where's the Topeka?
Know that?
Oh, that's the one. The one. It's on the letter.
The
but
registration.
It's last paragraph on page 2 of the denial letter mentions that address. I'm not sure at this point why that's particularly relevant or why I think that's relevant, Mr. Fernandez.
It's just going back to, so we're trying to show him the greatest person, and then I'm trying to show that he is not the greatest person by showing how his due diligence or how he investigated me. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I mean, I gotta tell you, the more information that he has on different things would make me think that he investigated you better than less information. So, I just don't. I don't think I can tell you that the Topeka address is probably not going to have any effect on whether this denial gets over
Denied or not. That's what it's just part. But I believe
Might have cut off there. Did you say you're done, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna come on, say I'm done because everything else is being shot down. So I thought that's what I could cross-examine One Nation. Well, I don't know why I kept getting stopped. I don't know why I keep. But when Hayden or Chong is going, they can't get stopped. But that's my perception, and I apologize, and I am completed.
Okay, well, that should be your perception, and people can object. You can object to when they're talking, and they can object to when you're asking questions, and I rule. And by the way, you won at least half of the times Ms. Hayden tried to object to what you did. So, but that's all right. Mr. Swint, I just have a couple questions. First off, is this a relatively new change in the law?
it is.
Okay.
It is.
Is this the first case the commission has had where it has been, have you in the past, is there any other cases where you have denied someone based solely on best interest of the state?
With the recent law change, Your Honor, and the rulemaking that we recently did, this was all included in part of that legislative action and then the rulemaking.
Is this the first time
It is the first time we've used it.
Okay, so it's the first case. So this is essentially a case of first impression.
Yes.
Your Honor, to clarify, maybe not the first case, but the first case to go to hearing.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough, fair enough.
Thank you.
So and I don't want to go into a confidential session. One thing I noticed was in the Adams County police reports, and the two police reports, in each of them, first off, there's a 2007 Ford F-250 that Mr. Fernandez mentioned before. Do you have any indication that that vehicle was either part of Hooked and Booked or Fernandez Towing or anything like that?
We know that it was previously registered to a company that Jeremy Chavez ran about auto recycler, but that was not a valid permit or a company at the time of that offense.
Okay, but nothing that links that vehicle to Hooked and Booked or Fernandez Towing.
The registration on the truck came back to Juan Fernandez, but the T number, the permit number on the side of the truck, came back to a former company.
Okay. Is there any, well, and I'm gonna, if I go to the letter, if I go to the end of the letter, and you, if I recall your testimony, you drafted this letter, is that correct?
Yes,
Mr. Riley's name's on the bottom, but you
correct.
drafted it. And in the, right before the right to appeal, is a paragraph, and it states that due to your unlawful behavior, could you tell me all the incidents of unlawful behavior that Mr. Fernandez has?
Yeah, that was a summary of, again, Your Honor, of all the police reports, the prior unlawful behavior around PUC rule violations, the CPAN not being paid, the service of a CPAN, just everything. Every time something would come up, it's a summary statement of all of those incidents.
Well, I mean, but unlawful, I think has a definite definition.
I see. I understand your point.
And so what actions were actually unlawful?
Unlawful as the allegations made in the Adams County police reports.
But in those police reports, he was never charged with anything.
Correct.
And in fact, if I go to the one, the first, and again, I don't want to bring this one, I don't want to have a confidential section, but if I go to that report, in that incident, and I believe officers were dispatched because there was a menacing call. That's correct?
Yes.
And if in reading the report that I got, or that I see, it appears the officer went there, there was video of the incident, and there was absolutely no menacing, and there was also a report of a knife, and there was no knife.
That's correct.
So when I read that, I thought, gee, the guy that called it in probably is more of a criminal than Mr. Fernandez for false reporting.
False reporting. Yeah.
I mean,
I can't test, and the reason I didn't mention, I cannot testify to the findings of the detective who handled those cases.
No, and again, it's just me reading it. It's just me reading it. I
understand.
mean,
oh, sure.
If you read that just out and you have criminal experience, I have criminal experience, I would see that. I'd be looking for a false reporting case. But so the only unlawful thing that I saw is the case that we were waiting to finish before we had this hearing, that got pled out to the M1 protection order violation, correct?
That's correct.
So, and is there anything else other than that was unlawful?
Again, Your Honor, nothing on the surface was filed, but I cannot make any judgments about the findings of any investigations that the sheriff's office would have conducted.
I mean, here's the way I look at it, I mean, sometimes in my other job, I have to do bond hearings. And if a guy didn't get convicted of anything, you know, I can't hold it against him.
No, sure.
There's wanton and willful disregard of authority figures. Now, I'm guessing that is each incident where there's at least some anger that was shown by Mr. Fernandez in his contact with the Adams County.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so there's about, I might be wrong on this, there's about 3 incidents, 4 if we count the service of the CPAN.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, but in none of those cases was he ever charged, at least as we can tell. There's the one thing that's written up, but for obstruction or refusal to obey orders or anything like that, correct?
Yeah, I did not see that, no.
Okay. As well as reference charges, including felony level offenses, but again, he was not convicted of a felony level offense, correct?
Correct.
And the first part of the letter deals with revocations due to failure to have insurance, correct? The permit history part?
Yes, that's right.
That's just, I mean, each one of those is pretty much, there's some other stuff in there, but deal with revocations based upon lack of insurance.
That's correct.
Is the lack of insurance, if you get a letter that's going to says you're going to be revoked for lack of insurance, you're suspended. If you do not do any towing during that time, is that a violation of commission rules?
If you're not towing at that time, then no.
So is there any evidence that Mr. While he was, other than the CPAN that we have, revoked? If we believe that it's in his wife's name, I understand that. But other than that incident, that one incident contained in that CPAN, is there any other evidence?
No. The CPAN case definitely has the evidence connected to it.
Mhm.
And the other cases is a typical show cause in and out of insurance requirements.
In that CPAN case, did I find that he was suspended at the time of the incident?
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, on the CPAN on Joe Potts's, on Investigator Potts's case.
I didn't.
Okay, right.
I didn't. So other than that incident, we've got nothing other of him operating without a permit. What was alleged in that case, correct? Because the two incidents, when I examined the exhibits and I looked at those two incidents from the Adams County Sheriff's Office, I thought those would be linked to hooked and booked, or was linked to him, but they're not. They're linked to Jeremy Chavez.
They were linked to Jeremy Chavez was involved in one of them, but you're correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I got. I got nothing further. Ms. Hayden, any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Investigator Swint, the reason for this denial was not based on convictions, is that right?
No,
There's a rule for that, and this wasn't used here because we don't have felony convictions.
that's correct.
And the truck in question in these cases was being operated by Mr. Fernandez in each instance, is that right?
That's right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Investigator Swint, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hayden, do you have any other witnesses?
We do, Your Honor.
All right.
Staff will be calling
Uh-oh.
Mr. Riley.
All right. Ms. Chong has joined us, so I'm guessing you're going to.
Yes, Your
Call
Honor.
the next
Staff
witness.
calls Nate Riley to the stand.
All right, Mr. Riley, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Go right ahead, Ms. Chong.
Mr. Riley, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Nathan Riley, Nathanriley.
Who is your employer?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
And what is your current position?
I am the Section Chief for Transportation program at the Colorado PUC.
Can you briefly describe your duties in your current position?
Yeah, I'm responsible for several working groups within the transportation program, including our rates and authorities section, our investigations and compliance team, and our customer care team as well. They apply various levels of regulation across our transportation carriers, such as permit issuance, insurance verification, investigations and compliance, legislative rulemaking, amongst other things.
So as part of your duties, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of towing carriers in Colorado?
I am.
And in your position, was it your responsibility to make the determination of whether to approve or deny Bulldog Recovery Towing's permit application?
It was.
Okay. And what steps did you take in your review of that permit application?
Typically, when concerns are raised regarding a particular permit application, I am advised of that issue, and I will review the application materials, all the pertinent permit information, as well as confer with people on our staff to determine, what is causing the concern and kind of dissect the issues.
So in this case, did you work with Investigator Swint, who investigated the background of this company for purposes of permit denial?
I did.
And did you receive a recommendation from Investigator Swint with regards to this application?
I did.
What information did Investigator Swint provide to you as part of his recommendation?
Investigator Swint provided various materials and documentation, as well as kind of an outlined narrative, which we then subsequently used to draft the denial letter.
And were you present for Investigator Swint's testimony just now?
I was.
Did that encapsulate the conversation that you had with him to make that determination?
Yes.
Okay. So after your review of Investigator Swint's investigation, what was your determination with regards to this permit application?
Given his recommendation that it was not in the public interest for the PUC to grant a towing permit to this particular applicant, and after having conferred with him both verbally and via discussion, as well as reviewing all the pertinent materials, I agreed with his recommendation, and then we subsequently drafted the denial letter.
Great. And speaking of that denial letter, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 200 that's been previously admitted? And can we please scroll down to the last page? Mr. Riley, is that your signature that appears there?
It is.
And was this letter served on Mr. Fernandez?
It was.
How was it served?
So typically with these types of denials, we will serve it via mail. And in this case, we would have served it to the 2 email addresses listed on page 1. In addition, and just in the interest of expediency, just to alert the carriers as soon as possible to this determination, I will also typically email a copy to the email address we have on file for the carrier, just so they can have it more readily available and not have to wait for the mail.
Great, thank you. And if we could please scroll up to the first page. Scroll down a little bit. We're looking at the first paragraph right there. Mr. Riley, what does this letter indicate as a reason for the denial of Bulldog's Recovery's permit application?
So obviously this is a pretty robust denial letter with a lot of information contained within it. It hits on various issues, including various permit revocation concerns, as well as information and contact information inconsistencies rather, as well as some investigations and compliance, as well as criminal allegations that all in totality was causing the concern.
And specifically, do you cite to section 40-10.1-401 2B-CRS?
Yes, that is cited in this letter.
And does that statute provide that the commission may deny an application for, or suspend, revoke, or refuse to renew a permit of a towing carrier if it determines that it is not in the public interest?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that statute further provide that it is rebuttably presumed that a towing carrier's possession of a permit is not in the public interest if the towing carrier has willfully and repeatedly failed to comply with this Article 10.1 or Part 18 or 21 of Article 4 of Title 42?
Yes.
And As part of your investigation and as your review of Investigator Swint's investigation, is it your understanding that Mr. Fernandez has repeatedly failed to comply with this article?
Yes, the revocations of the permits due to lack of insurance is concerning. Our rules stipulate, which are derived from the 4010.1107 statute for insurance parameters. Our rules then further stipulate that carriers need to maintain their insurance and keep it in force at all times. And so you can construe a either expiration or maybe active cancellation of these policies as a violation.
And you stated at all times, correct?
Yeah, keep it in force at all times. That's correct.
Okay. So do you have any recommendation for the ALJ today?
The recommendation would be to, I guess, uphold the initial determination here outlined in this denial letter that denial of the requested towing carrier permit by the petitioner in this case was appropriate given the 4010.1401(2)(b) parameters.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Fernandez, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes.
And I'll give you a quick reminder again that it's time to ask questions, not to say where Mr. Riley's wrong or something like that.
Mr. Riley, a towing permit is something that has to be paid for? Is a towing permit something that has to be paid for?
There's a filing fee associated with a towing permit application. That's correct.
So it's not free. It's not
Correct.
a free service?
It's not something that is free to get, if that's what you mean.
Yes, correct. That's fine. So Juan Fernandez paid the fee to file this application, correct?
I haven't looked specifically at that, but I assume so. It's kind of infrequent for us to process a towing permit application or really any other kind of permit application if we haven't already received payment.
So you have to pay for it up front?
Yes, that is typically how it is handled.
Yeah. Mr. Riley, how far in the, or let me, how long ago did Mr. Fernandez apply for a towing permit? Bulldogs recovery.
Yes. So for Bulldogs Recovery L.L.C, I believe that permit application was filed on, I believe it was September 18th of 2024. So I'm not sure how many months ago, 10 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, and you could say that's a pretty decent time.
10 months, yeah, is usually a long time.
Can we pull up Exhibit 200, please? And right there's fine. So this is the denial letter you drafted up, correct?
In conjunction with Investigator Swint, yes.
Yeah. Can you tell me who came up with 6265 West 52nd Avenue?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope of direct of Mr. Riley, and as had been said in the past, this address is not relevant for purposes of this permit denial hearing.
It is.
Well, hang on. Let me rule first. I believe you have talked about this letter a little bit. It's contained on the letter. So it's not going beyond the scope. It has limited value that I can see. If you got one or two questions, Mr. Fernandez, that's fine, but don't belabor this point because I don't think it's going to matter much. So go ahead.
I didn't catch that last part.
Yeah, if you got one or two questions about it, that's fine. But it's not. I don't think it's going to. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's particularly relevant.
No, I mean, I would like to go on the record to ask where that address came about, please.
That's fine. Good.
Mr.
So where's that
Riley.
at?
So our policy is always to include the designated agent address for the involved carrier. That's policy. That's how we handle it. It's why we ask carriers to file a designated agent so that we can use that particular individual or entity and address or other contact information for proper service. I believe that when it comes to Bulldog Recovery LLC, I believe that's the 213 Dale Street address in Trinidad. But typically with these types of correspondence and just in the interest of thoroughness, sometimes we will use other means of contact if we're aware of them. And I believe in this instance, that address was something that was conveyed to us from some other source, and we thought in the interest of just covering all our bases, sending it to that address might also be helpful just to ensure that you received it.
So you thought it would be helpful to include an address that Mr. Fernandez never provided, correct? Yes or no? By your statement, please answer. You thought it was helpful to add 6265 when Mr. Fernandez did not provide that to the Public Utilities Commission.
We think it's helpful to provide addresses or contacts that we think could provide proper service.
What makes you to believe that Bulldog Recovery was at 6265 West
Okay.
52nd Avenue?
All right, Mr. Fernandez, I'm gonna let that go. He gave you the reason why it's on there. I don't think it matters. Seriously, I just want to make sure you got the letter. So
why did, okay, Mr. Riley, why
doesn't
did you
matter. It
not?
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Hey, can I ask another question, please? I'm under cross-exam.
As long as it doesn't, well, go ask it first and I'll see. Don't you ask it. Sorry.
Mr. Riley, why did you not include 3394 West 66th Avenue, apartment 3 in the letter to assure that I received it in lieu of 6265?
I think we were using the totality of the information we had through Investigator Swint's investigation to try to determine which were the most up-to-date contact addresses.
Can we scroll down on this page, please, or on this exhibit, please?
Let me know when to stop.
Go ahead and keep going. Keep going, sorry. A little more. It's about where the address is, I believe. A little more. Okay, right there, I believe. Go up just a little bit. Okay, 1 second. No. Okay, right there, sorry. Yep. So I believe it's the second paragraph. Do you see, can you read that second paragraph? According to Adams County Sheriff's, Mr. Riley?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, I'm gonna read. According to the Adams County Sheriff's Office, okay. I'm not gonna, if information from Adams County Sheriff's Office stated as of October 25th of 2024, Mr. Fernandez still resides at 3394 West 66th Avenue. Wouldn't it have been fair to add that and send that denial letter to the address to verify he is not currently living there?
Possibly, but in these cases, obviously we don't want to list like 5 or 6 different addresses on a letter like this. So we usually pick, the best 2, maybe 3 at the most. And in this case, I think those were the 2 we thought were the best 2 options. And again, because we also usually elect to email this out. Again, at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is make sure, that the pertinent party receives a copy of the letter so they know what's going on.
But Mr. Riley, you had no knowledge of Bulldog Recover being at 6265?
We may have seen in the materials, and again, there was a lot of materials that both Investigator Swint and myself reviewed as part of this action. There may have been a material somewhere that we referenced that had that address where it made us think that maybe that was a good address to use.
Would you be able to elaborate on what documents that would be?
Your Honor, objection. I
Yeah,
believe that this line of questioning has been thoroughly explored. I'd
Yeah.
ask to move on.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, I gotta tell you, it's 4 o'clock. I'll tell you right now, the only way that really the addresses are gonna be relevant or important is if you claim you didn't get the letter. Um, the addresses are important to make sure that you got it. They included as many as they have. I can tell you, it's not helping you at all to figure out which addresses or why addresses or whatever.
Okay, I
It's
volunteer.
not-
I recant all that.
like I said, it's not. I can tell you, it's not going to make a difference. It's just to make sure you get as many as they can get a hold of you. That's it.
I'm sorry. Well,
It doesn't. I can tell you, it's not prejudicing your case at all that they did or didn't send it to Topeka or any of the other addresses.
so to me, that shows that they kept using the hooked and booked as my address, and that's prejudice to me. And I'm trying to show that.
What's prejudice to you is if they link you to it. Whether they sent it to it doesn't matter. They sent it there, doesn't. That's whatever. The key is whether you got it, and you're not claiming you didn't get the letter. Still there?
Yes, I'm trying to gather. I have another question.
Okay.
I don't have the exhibit number, but if I can mention, can we pull up what was exhibit of, sorry, 1 second, the written decision for hooked and booked?
Your Honor, objection. This exhibit was not introduced on Mr. Riley's cross,
On
so I would
demonstration purposes.
argue that it was outside of the scope of this
Always.
cross-examination.
I'm gonna let him ask you. Pull it up. Ask the question.
I think we're talking about 204, is that right?
204, I believe it's 204. Yeah. Hey, what's your question? Why don't you ask your question first, Mr. Fernandez, before maybe Mr. Riley can answer it without. There it is.
I would like to go to page 23 is where I'm questioning, or I'd like to ask him something.
On which page? I'm sorry.
I think he said 23.
Page 23.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on it right now. Give me just 1 second. Mr. Riley, if a towing carrier is issued a CPAN and a written decision was, hold on 1 second, sorry. Mr. Riley, how much time does the Public Utilities Commission give a towing carrier to pay a civil penalty?
I mean, that's dependent on in what context you're referring to. If you're referring to when it's first issued, carriers have the opportunity to pay a 50% reduced amount within the first 10 days of whenever that CPAN was served upon the respondent. At any point afterwards, they can pay the entirety of the CPAN amount, in which case the commission will consider that. But if we're talking after adjudication, that's typically referenced specifically in the decision on how much time the carrier has to make good on any assessed payment.
So if a towing carrier was assessed a penalty and was given a set amount of time to pay, what is the consequences for not paying a adjudication?
There can be several consequences. First off, if that particular business entity has an existing permit, It is typically revoked immediately for that specific reason. There's statutes that allow us, the PUC, to do that. Depending on how long a particular non-payment drags on after the payment due date, we also have a statutory capability to reach out to Department of Revenue and have vehicle registrations attributable to the liable parties to again essentially have their vehicle registrations paused or put on hold until the payment is made.
But typically the PUC gives them a set amount of time to pay that before action's taken.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
So, like towing carriers are giving a set amount of time before action is taken after the adjudication to pay the amount of the adjudication.
Yes, and again, that amount of time is typically outlined in the recommended decision or the commission decision, whichever is appropriate.
So if a company was given 30 days and the PUC took action before that 30 days, would that not be prejudice or bias?
It depends on what you mean by action.
So the question was,
Well, Mr. Fernandez, what action are you talking about? Don't. I think you'll want to be particular here. What are you talking about?
well, it references what's exhibits up, but I know as soon as I start mentioning it, it's going to be stopped, and then I'm going to lose what I'm saying. And what I would prefer is to me to ask the question, and he answer, or you determine whether he has to answer it or not. Not Eileen Chong cut me, or hate anybody cut me off in the middle of my talking. So I would ask that I ask the question in its entirety, and then before he answers, they can object or anything like that. I would not ask to be cut off in the middle of my questioning.
Well, Mr. Fernandez, first off, you asked your question, and you asked your question in a way that made it impossible for me to understand what you're talking about. And Mr. Riley, you're kind of talking about in a hypothetical. So what exactly action are you talking about when you say within 30 days? That's all. I just want to clarify your question, sir.
Yeah, so I have a question about this. How do I say it? Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm getting out of my head. So please bear with me.
I think, Mr. Fernandez, let me try this real quickly and tell me if I got it right. What you're saying is if you got this notice of rejection for your permit before the end of that 30 days, is that allowed? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Not necessarily. So, I'm trying to question Nathan Riley's.
And the question I have here is
his process of the application. I'm trying to think of it so I can be.
Well, I'm going to tell you something real quickly, Mr. Fernandez. You have claimed no ownership, no anything to do with Hooked and Book, which this decision deals with. And so it would not affect anything with you, according to your own argument.
I know. So I guess what I'm trying, let me say this real quick, and then if you can elaborate or I can just keep going, is I gave my testimony, and like you mentioned, their job is to cloud it up. Well, my job on this is where I'm trying to question his integrity. I'm trying to question his authority. I'm trying to question his actions and if they were proper actions.
Yeah, no, I got you. And I need to make sure both sides.
That would be I'm questioning his character, is what it is, as they act like because he's been there for so long that he cannot do nothing wrong. And I'm trying to impeach or trying to show that everybody makes mistakes, including the PUC, including higher ups, including, I mean, from the top to bottom, people mess up. And I'm just trying to show that I believe there was something that was wrongfully done and it needs to be shown.
Well, I understand that. You think there's a mistake made when you got the denial letter.
So this and the exhibit that's up here was not entered into evidence or was? Sorry.
It
Can you
was.
answer that?
It
It
was.
was? So am I able to talk on this?
Again, maybe we're not going to relitigate this case. I can't say until I know what your question is.
So my question is, if line 2 says respondent is ordered to pay commission within 30 days of the date of this recommended decision, the decision of this commission of the sum of $11,000, this amount represents the total civil penalty assessed of the violation found in ordering paragraph number 1. So my question is it ordinary course of business regularly conducted by the PUC to impose a judgment before the time was given to that person? Does that make sense, or is that a question, and can he answer it?
I didn't follow where you were going with that. Is it the regular course of business to go again? What were we saying?
So it's my understanding that Hooked and Booked was given 30 days to pay the sum of $11,000, but starting the date of this issued, which was December 23rd, 2024.
Well, what it says, because I wrote this paragraph, so I can tell you what it means. It says that 30 days within the date this recommended decision, so this decision becomes a decision of the commission. It does not become a decision of the commission until 20 days after, if no exceptions are filed. So when this decision came out, your wife, not you, had the ability to file exceptions, and if no exceptions are filed, then 20 days after it would be due 30 days after that. So
okay, so if in prior to that, so what I'm trying to say is Hooked and Booked was not allowed 30 days to pay that before there was consequences imposed.
What consequences are you talking about?
The hold on the DMV for her vehicles.
I don't have any idea what that you're talking about. That's not why we're here today. That I have no idea about that. We're here about you.
Yeah, so that is about me, is in the sense is there. That's fine. I'll recant it and I'll just figure out another avenue to make that known. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So I thought my job here is to show the imperfections, the inadequates, the unprofessionalism that they're doing against me, but I can't because you're saying that. So what does matter in this, which I already said, so I can just remain silent? Everything I said already is what's relevant, and I should no longer say nothing else and hold my silence or my Fifth Amendment, whatever that is, and be silent?
Okay, sir. Certainly I've not told you that at all. What I've told you is I can't tell you what you got to do, or can't tell you how to do it. But obviously you got a letter, and it says that due to certain things which you've gone through, you are being denied a permit. Obviously, what's your goal here is to show that that's not correct. Now, the fact that someone, and you should know this very well, if I ran a stop sign 3 months earlier, that doesn't mean I was speeding today. And that's what I think you're trying to show here, is that you believe something was done wrong by the commission earlier at a different time. And so was this. Now, if you go to speeding trial, you got to prove that speeding thing. And same thing here. So your case is about that letter you got. And so when we drift away from that letter, then we're getting the areas that are not relevant to why we're here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I've never told you can't talk. Please, I've let you talk all day.
Oh, it's just frustrating that I'm trying, like repeating myself, is I'm trying to show that the people who are putting judgments against me, the people who are saying bad things about me, are also not perfect. And the way to show that is show their imperfections. And I don't know why that's they're sitting there saying my character and how they act upon sheriffs. Well, how do they act upon people
Well,
that they're prejudiced against.
sir,
I believe if I would allow to, I could show that they are being prejudiced against me. But I don't believe I'm being allowed to. Maybe because I'm not doing it the proper way. Once again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not nothing law.
again, what you're here for is that what's in that letter. Again, if I speed, that doesn't mean that if Mr. Riley writes me a speeding ticket that he speeded in the past, that makes my speeding ticket invalid. And I think that's what you're trying to show, or it's what you're trying to say, and that doesn't matter. What matters is what if you think there's prejudice, it's in what is in that letter. That's what you hear about. Okay. Still there, Mr. Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my questions together and see if I can even come up with anything else to. Just 1 second. I'm putting it together.
Okay.
We can take this exhibit down. Alrighty, Mr. Riley. If a tow carrier permit is a sole prop, who is responsible for sending over insurance, or who is responsible for sending over the insurance?
I assume when you say sole prop, you're referring to a sole proprietorship?
Yeah, sole proprietorship. Yes, correct.
Okay. So not just in a sole proprietorship, but really in almost every way that a business is organized, whether it's an LLC or a corporation, insurance gets filed in the same way across the board, which is through our insurance portal. Typically, that is done exclusively by the underwriters of said policies. So they really are the only ones who can access that system and file proof of those policies within the system, which PUC staff will in turn then see has been filed and attached to these particular carriers so that we know they have valid insurance on file.
Okay, and thank you for answering that. To kind of re-question that, re-ask the question in a different manner. So being a sole proprietor is who is responsible, Mr. Riley? Who is responsible for getting tow companies insurance? Who would be responsible for
getting the insurance? The towing carriers.
Towing insurance. So let's say, who is responsible for initiating insurance when it comes to Fernandez Towing?
Whoever was in charge of Fernandez Towing. And again, we apply that standard across the board. Ultimately, it's the carrier's responsibility to ensure they have appropriate insurance coverage. But when it comes to the actual filing of that insurance, that is what comes from the underwriters of the policy. So they're the only ones who can access our online portal in order to file it appropriately.
Okay, my next question to Mr. Riley: would Juan Fernandez have any control over Sheena Fernandez and Hooked and Booked filing or not filing insurance, or therefore having or not having insurance? I know that was a two-part question, but go and answer the first one, please.
Objection calls for speculation.
Based upon what you know, Mr. Riley, what do you think?
Well, I guess anybody who we would consider to meet the definition of a principal associated with a particular transportation carrier, whether it's a towing carrier or a luxury limousine or a taxi company, It really, anybody who meets the definition of a principal could probably and potentially be responsible for securing appropriate insurance coverage and working with their insurance agents and the underwriters to ensure it gets properly filed through the PUC's insurance portal.
So would Juan Fernandez be responsible for any of Hooked and Book's insurance cancellations?
I don't know. I would think the carrier and its principals would ultimately be responsible.
Is Juan Fernandez listed as a principal in any of Hooked and Booked towing's applications?
Well, just because an individual is not specifically listed as a principal in a permit application, for example.
Jack, I believe that was a yes or no question. Would you please answer?
It was a yes or no question. He's right.
Okay, can you ask again, please?
Was Juan Fernandez listed as a principal on?
Yeah, sorry, well, I'll re-ask that. It was Juan Fernandez listed as a principal in any of the Hooked and Booked applications? Yes or no?
I do not remember seeing any.
So that would be a no.
I did not see any.
So once again, you're avoided. So it's a no.
It's a no. It's a no. You're good. You got it, Mr. Fernandez.
Why does it make it so complicated? I asked the question and I'm trying. I've been on this all day. They're used to it. I'm not.
No,
I'm trying to answer the question.
I'm just telling you, you got it. So.
No, I know. It's frustrating.
It's a long day.
Very long day, especially for this proceeding. Yes, like you mentioned, you get paid for this. I don't. This is the first time. Give me just a second, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, with permission of the court, may I step in for Ms. Chong?
Sure.
I'm just about finished. Give me 1 second. Let me finish up with what I.
All righty.
Mr. Riley. Oh, no, sorry. Oh. Mr. Riley, all the reports are limited to one specific sheriff's department. Is that correct?
I believe in the denial letter, all the referenced contacts, I believe, was from one law enforcement agency.
Yes, thank you. That was the question I was asking. Thank you for answering it. Wouldn't moving to Trinidad resolve all the issues with law enforcement interactions?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Fernandez. Think about that. Just because you commit a lot of crimes in one city, that doesn't mean you're going to be nice if you move to another one. Come on. You know better than that question.
But if it's only with Adams County, wouldn't it make sense? Me moving is just trying to alleviate that problem.
I don't think Mr. Riley knows that. I mean, I believe you're trying to make the argument that Adams County has it out for you, and maybe they do.
Clearly.
But so maybe that clears everything up. But maybe it does. Maybe they got good reason for doing it. I don't know. That's not why we're here. So I don't think he knows.
I concluded.
I'm sorry. Mr. Fernandez, what was that?
Yeah, I'm done with questioning. They can go ahead and finish and keep doing what they're doing.
Okay, hang on. Well, I get to go first. Mr. Riley,
it's been a long day. I'm not used to this. I am totally.
I understand. I got to say, it's been a long day. We don't need to go over stuff we've already gone over. And some things, I understand what your point is on your last question. Honestly, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to say, but I don't think Mr. Riley can tell you that he doesn't know why Adams County stopped you. Okay, he doesn't know.
No,
And
but
maybe,
I need to say that I'm physically gonna, I can't, I'm just that, I cannot continue. It's been too much of a day. I cannot, so whatever
well,
they
hang,
got, I am
hang
just
on. Do me a
remain
favor.
silent.
I don't know how much Miss Hayden has, but I've only got like one or two questions tops.
That's fine, man.
So if you can hang on for about another 5 minutes, we'll be good. I just have, I guess, probably only one question. So this is out of this new law. So I just want to know if you believe that the part of willfully and repeatedly failed to comply with this article or is met by the revocations due to no insurance. Is that fall in there?
I think you can draw that conclusion. Again, we do mandate that all our carriers, maintain insurance at all times pursuant to our 6008 rule. And that rule ties to our 4010.1107 statute, which is part of Part 40, which I think connects to that new law under 4010.1401. And again, that particular law was passed initially back in 2022. We've long had the felony conviction ability to disqualify on that basis for the previous 5 years, and that's longstanding. That's been here, I think, as long as I've been here. However, the legislature made a specific policy consideration and gave us extra latitude to deny on what was initially called a good cause standard. And that was pursuant to House Bill 221314. They then kind of added and expanded it a little bit further as part of House Bill 241051, and kind of changed the terminology a little bit from a good cause standard to a public interest standard. But it seems pretty clear from the intent of the legislature that they wanted to give the PUC this additional authority to deny individuals that they didn't think that the PUC, based on the totality of circumstances, don't think should be operating, a particular towing permit.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the first time it's being at least put into a hearing, and so I'm just trying to understand that or see what falls into that bucket. All right, I think that's all I got. Ms. Hayden, you got anything?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Fernandez told you it wouldn't be too long. With that, you got any further witnesses, Ms. Hayden? I gotta ask you that.
No, Your Honor. Staff rests.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll take this under advisement. Mr. Fernandez, I'll try and get a decision out as quickly as I can. Oh, Mr. Riley, thank you very much. Mr. Swin, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't know. I was absent in my ability. Thank you both. I do appreciate it. This probably went on a little longer than everybody thought it was going to, so I do appreciate you hanging out and doing that. I'm getting all hot. So, I think that's it. Is there anything, Mr. Fernandez, do you have anything further?
No.
All right. Ms. Hayden, you got anything further?
Your Honor, is the commission anticipating setting a deadline for an SOP in this case? Or
Well, I was just trying to think whether I want one or not.
okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think this is a case of first impressions, first time this law and this rule is being utilized. Do you think, would you like to write an SOP or not?
Well, my personal preference would be to give a closing argument.
I don't want that today.
No, understood.
I don't think I need one. I think I kind of know what's going on here. Mr. Fernandez, do you want to write up anything and file in support of your position?
No, but I think this is done drained me out, and I have no more to. I physically cannot.
You don't have to do it. You wouldn't have to do it all today and write it to me today. I'd give you time to write it so you could recharge your energy and do it, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think there's not going to be any case law on it. So, I know what the positions of the parties are concerning it, so, we'll do that. I'll take this under advisement. Mr. Fernandez, I will try and, I will apologize to you right away. I have a hearing next week, all week. I have a hearing the following week for the first 2 days. So it's gonna be a few days before I can even it's gonna be 3 weeks before I can even get to this. I normally say I try to get it done in 30 to 60 days. I will try and make that. I doubt I'll make that 30, but I will try very hard to make it at 60. All right. I know it's been a while for you waiting on it too, which is made very clear today. But nothing further. Last chance, Mr. Fernandez, anything?
No.
All right, Ms. Hayden.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and we shall be in adjournment.